everybody. My name is Michelle Gibson. I am with BOB Rewards Club, the founder and executive director. Today, we've got something very special happening. We're coming to you live from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And we're this is our award ceremony for our Bob members that have done the best job in four different categories. And I'm going to explain those categories later. We're going to be here from 12 to 4 today. And this is also the opportunity for us to have a discussion on Black philanthropy.
Right.
I want to, this will be our second segment that we've done, uh, Black philanthropy. We also have a few people in the back room that we're going to bring in. So just stay with us, and also we have a lot of food here. So we're kind of like having a celebration and you know,
That's
to
right.
say, hey, you've done a great job
Appreciate it.
as a Bob member in the last year. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce someone that you probably have heard me talk about, and his name is Jason McGee.
Right.
He owns Silk Sense, and he also is our Apprentice Bob Member Award winner of the year. Where's your
Right.
award at, Jason?
Person glad to get up and get the award.
And you could take that camera down for me. Uh, let's just have one camera. I think it'll be, you know what I'm saying? Show the room. Yep. Go ahead and read it, Jason.
Uh, this award was presented from Bob Rewards. With our appreciation, Jason McGee, 2024 Apprentice of the Year, Civ Sense. This award is in recognition of your commitment and service to continue the growth of Black business development. Thank you, County Bob Rewards.
Thank you. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the four different categories that we have. We also have Mark Mills. If you want to bring Marcus Mills up, he's our investor Bob member for 2024. So we have the four categories. Can you hear me,
Hello?
Marcus? I can't hear you. And the food was catered
You can't hear
by
me?
Courtney.
Yes.
And it's some good food.
There's some good food. I'm gonna eat after this over.
Mm, mm. We got chicken Kiev stuffed with spinach and cheese, fettuccine alfredo with fresh broccoli. Good.
It's definitely good. I'm gonna wait until
Marcus, are we having a problem with his sound?
tell me to say something real quick.
Marcus, can you say
Yes,
something?
absolutely. Can you hear me?
Okay. All right. I can barely hear him.
I can try and get a little closer to the mic.
So we're in Cedar Rapids, Marcus.
Wonderful.
We're in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Have you ever been to Cedar
I
Rapids?
have not had the pleasure as of yet.
Okay. This is Jason that's sitting next to me. He's our Apprentice Award winner.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
I showed Marcus a couple of days ago your product.
Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah. Um,
Really impressive.
Thank you.
very
Thank you.
impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, we're just kind of getting together informally. There's a few other people we're going to be patching in later. There's also another event going on in town called, what is it called?
It's a lot of events going on. So I wouldn't know
Okay.
particularly you talking about the adventure Selena went to.
Yeah, so Selena and Anthony won't be with us, but we'll eventually get them. Well, Selena already came in earlier, so we got pictures with Selena, who's our guru winner. So, yeah, yeah. But we're talking about Black philanthropy again. And
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you know of all, I want to talk about something. I'm always controversial, right?
Right.
Okay. And I'm very political. But, there's been a lot of talk about administrative fraud when it comes to our government, of course, as well as even in our nonprofit sector. And we're starting to see a little bit more of that in Minnesota, right, Marcus? There's a case going
We're,
on
we're,
right
we're
now.
starting to see a lot of the effects. Yeah. We're starting to see a lot more of the effects.
Yes. There's actually a case going on right now in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, where feeding, have you heard of the feeding, what is it called, Marcus? Feeding the families. It's a nonprofit that got like $250
This
million
isn't one I've heard of.
worth of money from the students.
Right.
You're in and out. I think the connection isn't as good
What'd you
as we'd
say?
like.
The,
I said you're going in and out.
in
I
the
think the
audience?
connection isn't as good as we'd like.
Okay. Okay. I can hear you better now. He went and grabbed the speaker. So also, I want you to
Okay.
meet Daryl English. He owns this place,
Hmm.
and he is a STEM. He owns We Dream 2 Inc. It's a technical training school where he teaches kids robotics and stuff like that, and computers. And this is really an awesome space, to be honest.
Oh, yeah,
You know
no
what I'm
doubt.
saying?
Definitely.
I mean, it's not
That's
easy to have a business. This is Daryl right here. Daryl English.
wonderful to meet you, sir.
Daryl English. And we're going to be bringing Daryl with us for Juneteenth in
Wonderful.
Rochester, as well as, the big one on the 19th, because he is good at technical stuff. And we always need technical people, especially when you get them good. And then also we can afford you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's part of this whole thing too, about networking with each other, so we can make it up. I spent thousands of dollars on live streaming because I feel the live streaming is very important. A video lasts forever.
Yes.
So even though somebody's not in this room right now, 2 hours from now, somebody may chime in. Next week, somebody may chime in.
Right.
So, that's the good thing about doing live video. And not a lot of organizations do that.
Right.
Still.
Right.
Which I don't understand, really.
Right.
If you're getting all this money, I think some of that money should go towards a budget of tech, where people, especially a nonprofit,
Right.
for transparency, right?
Agreed.
And I'm one very big on transparency in terms of, the work that we're working on, what we're doing and stuff like that.
Right.
So, but I guess everybody's different, right, Marcus?
Agreed. Yeah. There's a lot of different perspectives, but to be quite honest, yeah, it is a good thing if you're trying to get your message out to make sure that you're using media that allow as many folks as possible to be on board and in communication with you. And this is just one example.
Yeah. Well, Marcus, you met Marcus. Marcus? Go ahead and tell everybody what you do. And
So
I know we're just
so I'm the director of policy and government affairs for Black Visions. I am also a candidate for City Council in Ward 3, Minneapolis. But in general, what I do is I help to both move policy in the city, county, and state legislature. And on top of that, I try to help craft the best ways to communicate and get our message and communicate our values out from Black Visions. One of the other things, not so much other, but one of the ways in which I do that is by making connections with aligned groups, the kinds of places and organizations that either really share our values or are really helpful in community, and we try and uplift, help out, and partner as best we can. And that explains part of the relationship with Bob Rewards.
Yes. And they've been, Black Visions has been our title sponsor. Black Visions kind of got started as of what? Give a little bit of background history on that for people that don't know.
So Black Visions got started as a spin-off of Black Lives Matter Minneapolis. Some of the folks in Black Lives Matter Minneapolis decided that they wanted to make sure that all of the different types of folks in the Black community were not just included in the conversation, but included in the organizing that would ensure it. And one of the groups that were most excluded were Black, queer, and trans youth. And some of the folks that started Black Visions wanted to create an organization that those demographics were not left out. And so Black Visions rose out of that part of the movement. And after the murder of George Floyd, we actually received a good deal of money on the advice of folks like Representative Ilhan Omar and some of the other activists who saw potential in the Black Vision space. And so we have been doing a good deal of work to try and um, use that, use those resources, both to give back to community, to help out, and to create partnerships that would serve as best as possible Black liberation and the betterment of our community here in Minneapolis, and here, well, at least here in the Minnesota area.
Yeah, wonderful. And I know that you guys have been doing great work with the money that you've been getting, that you receive. You also have trickled that down to some of the Black foundations in Minneapolis, as well as some other initiatives. So there is some good that came out of George Floyd.
Right.
Okay. Now, I mean, there's still a lot more political beefing and stuff that they're doing on the, what they're going to do with the area and all of that. But there, one thing I say about that George Floyd movement, that I'm happy for the work that we do at Bob Rewards Club, um, is that it spun off into business like this.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? But now we're seeing that trickle down. Um, there is, I mean, like even we talk about Black Philanthropy, only 2.4% of the funds that go into, for Black, that go to Black nonprofits.
Right.
So there's not a whole lot of money out there, just as there is, when you start a business, right?
Right.
A lot of people, but there was money that did trickle down in the Twin Cities, seed money in the terms of 20, 50, $100,000. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Right after George Floyd. But now we're seeing the businesses close up.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, when you run a business, you have to have a very good plan that works. You have to, you have to control costs. There's a lot of management, operation, organizational things that go with making a business successful.
Right.
Okay. And people think that, this thing about seed money. That's why I always tell all of our, sponsors or whatever that, you can give them all the seed money you want.
Right.
But you got to make sure in 2 years they're going to stick around, 3
Right.
4 years,
Right.
because, and so it's a little upsetting to me because I see waste. And then we're talking about, again, administrative corruption and all of that sort of thing. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
If you didn't got this big chunk of money and then now you're,
Yeah.
it's gone.
Right.
But we got somebody else at the table here. Hello.
Good morning.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself, Miss
My
Lady.
name is Courtney Jewin. I own Sharp Office Installations and Sharp Cleaning. We build office furniture in Iowa and surrounding states. We are the only Black one in Iowa that builds office furniture. We are subcontractors out here. So furniture you see in schools, hospitals, offices, pretty much anywhere, we build it. As we're contracted out to do that. Thank you. As far as our cleaning company, we go, we are Black owned. We're two moms. We've been in business for about 2.5 years. We clean residential, commercial properties, all of the above, and offices.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We typically keep our clientele to where all of our clients, every clean is fit to their demographic. So whether that's organizing or just helping them on a day-to-day life, basically both businesses are just really stemmed around to help each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have cleaning contracts? Okay, and you know what? Before I was doing Bobby Ward's Club, I owned a company called Salesman. And one of my best clients was a cleaning company called Image One. You will look them up. They're based out of Chicago. And Image One, they had started opening up franchises. So eventually, we contracted in the Legion for every one of them franchises across the United States. And cleaning is contracted. If you need help with that,
I'll let you know.
we'll get, because that's something that's very stable.
Yeah, you got, as long as you have your clientele properly and your business demographic to open up to everybody and to make sure that it's non-judgmental, yeah, that's the best way.
Yeah.
As far as has been for me anyway. Like, I've noticed a lot of people don't want to ask for help because they're afraid to be judged of how their home or whatever looks. And it's like, that's not what we're here for.
Right, but now are you cleaning commercial properties too?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where that's where that regular money.
We have cleaned quite a few here in town. The one we probably most enjoyed was the candy shop. Because the woman recently has sold the business, but she had owned that candy shop for over 40 years.
Where was it located?
Downtown Cedar Rapids.
Okay.
And she recently retired.
Okay.
She co-owned it with someone previously to that, and we learned a lot when it comes to business relationships.
Okay.
Miss Pete taught us a lot.
Yeah.
She's a mother and a foster mother. She raised 22 children.
Wow.
Yes. So she was a great inspiration to us as mothers.
And I see why she retired.
Yeah.
22 children.
Man, she told me, and some of them were adopted or children that were in her home as foster children. She just never pushed them away. Once they got, as the legal age of 18 or 21, she did not stop supporting them.
Okay.
So
you can't. Yeah. How do you do that? I mean,
some folks do it. Once that check stopped coming,
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah. But, that's how some folks do.
But I've met one person in my lifetime that was like that.
It was like that?
That said this was a job. This is,
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
how do you do that?
Well, you got a lot of folks that get, even just our kids in their homes and they abuse them.
Yeah.
And they exploit these children
In different ways.
Right.
What you said, in different ways. And
Right.
it's heartbreaking. So to be able to meet somebody that's not like that,
Right.
and then even meeting some of her adopted kids, just going to things
Right.
like the farmers market, they might be there helping, or they might just be coming in the shop while we're there. Being able to meet those and see that they're still involved, I think that speaks values to her.
And I can imagine it would. I mean, she taught them some value.
Yeah.
And they start pursuing it. They don't mind helping instead of, her showing them how to turn your back on a person who would feel like. So that's pretty good.
That's something that I think that we kind of dropped off in society.
Well, you're talking about the family structure.
Right.
And the family structure has changed drastically.
Has not. Yes.
From having a close knit family, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's the main reason why we have almost a 50% homeless rate across the United States. I don't care what city you go to.
Yeah.
Look at the people that are homeless. They look like me and you. You get what I'm saying? And
Battery low.
And from all walks of life.
Yeah. It's sad. It really is. And I mean, there's more than one thing that plays part in that, systematically and geography too, but redlining plays a big part in it,
Right.
when they make it so we can afford the home, you know?
That's the crazy part right there. With so much changing. Well, you watch interviews on TV about the homeless, and then they start out like how their life started out, what kind of career they went to. A lot of them was in corporate America and were making good money, but couldn't afford the 1,200, 1,500, and definitely 2,500 a month. When you go to a hotel, and you can afford that, and that's
Slight right over the
Can't hear
I-494
you.
East Branch. On I-494 East for 1.5 miles.
and get them to understand you are a girl, you are a boy, you whatever. If you because if you
Or if
I got
you can get if every woman and mother was like you, this would be happening, but it's not like that.
but see what I'm saying is it's not just mother, it's when you have a mother and father. Because
Right.
I live in a two-parent home.
Right.
Right.
I have a significant other.
Right.
I don't have the traditional marriage ring.
Right,
either.
right,
So people
right.
even ask me about that.
Right.
People ask him, why don't you wear a ring? A man works with tools on that. He wears size 16 shoe. Like
Right.
Right.
first of all, I don't even think they got a ring, and even if they did, it's not gonna be comfortable.
Right.
Right.
So he's not looking for that.
Right.
Right.
And people ask us like, why wouldn't you have a wedding? For what? I
Right.
said, all I need is a broom that I can jump over my backyard
Right.
Right.
with three of
Well,
his relatives and
well.
three of mine. Because the reason why is once you sign that paper, the government has rights to tell you what y'all can and can't do together.
Yeah, but they have common law,
Yeah,
common marriage law.
common
I mean,
law
you
marriage.
live in right.
But we live. What
Well,
I'm saying is
but
when
your marriage, that marriage piece is important because number one,
but how many marriages how many marriages of young families are there in our community today?
There's not hardly any because nobody has values marriage like.
That's what
But
I'm saying.
Jason's
They don't
getting ready
value.
to get married.
Yeah, but they don't
You know,
value.
and
People
and-
don't value relationship or home like they used to. That's what I'm saying. When you have a two-parent working home where the father does discipline, the mother does,
Right.
when you start changing those things off,
Right.
we start losing.
Oh, okay.
We start losing those
All
just
right.
those small values.
Right.
Because if we don't have a father teaching a man how to be a man, how you gonna know?
Right.
Right.
If you have a woman teaching a man how to be a man, you got a
Well,
man
exactly.
teaching a woman
Yeah.
how to be a woman.
This is what well, and like I always say, it's it's natural for a man and woman to be together, and so but whatever's happened, like I said, we can't show any prejudice or in anything
Yeah.
because they believe the way that they do, but those core principles are being lost in our families
Mhm.
as we see.
Right.
And again, I'm gonna blame that on policy again because they took the man out of our homes
Mhm.
way
Took the
back in the
discipline
day.
out the home.
Our families have been hurt, and now we're seeing the side effects of that. And then if if you have a father in the home, we had we had the father got in trouble, and then they sent them away for 20 years for the smallest little crime,
We
right?
already
Probably
know.
still locked up for things that are legal.
So our families have been through so much as Black Americans that here now in 2025, we look back and we see all these things, these policies, these things that have happened over the last 60 years. And that's why we have this new thought and way of thinking. And I don't always line up to them people. I don't always line up to them people back in the baby boomers and stuff like that. I get in arguments. That's why I say, that's not change.
Right.
That's what our mission is, to change the social economic status of Blacks. Something we did 60 years ago that did not work. We don't need to entertain that anymore.
Right.
But we do need to get our fathers being, and I think it can, it'll happen again. The fathers should always be in the household, right?
We lost that thing. It was designed for it to happen, and my generation fell straight into it. A person some cheese, they don't want that cheese. You tell somebody, if you got a bigger rock than me, I want a bigger rock than you. If you got a pontoon, I want a boat. And they saw that divide and conquer worked, which it shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And we're still dealing with it. They saw that, flood the community, different communities will be flooded with different drugs.
Drugs,
Different drugs is gonna take different effects, but when the other side of the kids started dying from fentanyl, then it became a major problem. And we have just as many deaths. I have two family members that passed away young, 15 and 16, young. They took one pill and it was over.
Wow. And then I'm working with a woman right now in Rochester. She's from Rochester, Minnesota,
Right.
for our June 7th event in Rochester. Her cousin just died last week.
Mm-hmm.
And then her dad died. I talked to her last night. Her dad just died in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's, but he didn't die from fentanyl, I don't think, but the young kid. It is so sad. I had some workers in my house, and I could tell they was on drugs like a few weeks ago. They was bouncing all over the place. You get what I'm saying? I was nervous and stuff. I I am like, I can't get mad about nobody except the government to that.
Right.
Because, the Afghan wars, the war, this thing with these pills, they're making these pills right down in the basement.
Yeah.
You don't need to sit and, this is the biggest lie that I hear, the pills are coming across from Mexico and China. You can buy a pill mill and make pills right in your basement
home.
to these pills.
Mm-hmm.
So just to solve this problem, I don't know what's going to happen, but I can see, we do know that generations of people have been wiped out through drugs and, you know what I'm saying? So it's scary.
Right.
It is scary to see young people taking something like that. And then it's not like marijuana and like some of them other drugs that, you know what I'm saying? Because when you take fentanyl, you knocked out, aren't you? I mean, you're not like, I mean, they use fentanyl for.
Yeah, they try to bring
it's
them
a
back.
painkiller.
No, that's a horse tranquilizer.
It's a horse tranquilizer, yeah.
A horse
Yeah.
tranquilizer. That's what it originally was.
What?
To put horses down. Fentanyl was originally created to put elephants down and for veterinarians.
Super big
It is a veterinarian drug. It is for animals.
Is it?
Not
Okay.
really for human consumption. That is the original creation of fentanyl.
Right.
I wanted to be a veterinarian, and I didn't want to be that no more after a while, but that's a whole other thing. Fentanyl was literally created to tranquilize horses and elephants. It is to put them down.
Mm.
They created it because they went into some government. I ain't gonna say who. I don't want to come get me. They went into somebody's stuff and tried to take over, and it was some things that are bigger than them.
Right.
And they ain't have enough guns,
Right. Wow.
So they had to create something to be able to
influence them the way they need to be.
So then that drug basically trickled down into humans for pain, and it's literally much more dialed down for humans, but it's given to you when you have abdominal pain, most likely surgery.
I've had fentanyl.
But when you,
but of course the problem.
Hospital penetrated.
Yeah, it's more accessible than it should be. And there was an individual just here, past on I-88. Okay. Well, that's not Iowa. That's Illinois, right?
Right.
Okay. He had 5 pounds of fentanyl. How you get 5 pounds of fentanyl?
Right.
And you got it in the laundry basket.
Right.
The police move the clothes, and it's just there.
Right. So I don't see. I kind of wonder where it's going to go for us as a people.
We need to stand up against it.
Well, what I'm saying is again, that's going to have to go back to from young,
Yeah.
And another thing too, I wanted to mention about policy is that a lot of the money for years went to Head Start. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that the money needs to go towards junior high school, the 12, 13, 14, 15. That's when the kids, to me, really get out of control. You get what I'm saying?
That's true.
And, but I mean, something's going to have to happen because, you got, how old did you say your cousins were?
15, 16.
See, that's
Same
too
age as
young.
my boy.
And where did they get them from? Where did they get the pills?
Walking outside.
I'm telling you, we can walk right down the street probably.
Yeah.
This gas station right here with the Smoking Joe
Definitely.
and the Family Dollar. Yeah, they all up. I'm telling you, it's sad. And mind you, 2 blocks from that gas station area is a Head Start. 2 more blocks over is middle school. 2 blocks from that middle school, 4 blocks from that middle school is an elementary school. When you come back, there's an elementary school 4 blocks from that gas station. And then a block from that elementary school is literally a strip of whatever you want.
Right.
You can walk in the liquor store and walk up to the clerk and dang there and get it. And it's that accessible because there is nobody saying we don't want to give this to the kids because we're making $1.
Mm-hmm.
We're making $1. And you have, like, we have more liquor stores than we have grocery stores in Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids ain't that big.
Mm-hmm.
You're the first person I heard say that, and that's true, and that's extremely sad. When
Mm-hmm.
you got grocery stores, the first was the fast food restaurants disappearing in these communities.
Yeah.
Now it's the
Mhm.
grocery stores disappearing in the communities. I just think the bottom line is we just got to teach our kids what we can,
Mm-hmm.
because we can talk till we blue in the face. Still, whatever it is we want, we can leave out this door and go get it.
Right.
But the major fight is getting a hold of whoever we can in our kids and trying to teach them what we can and let them know at the end of the day everything comes with consequence. Now, can you handle that consequence?
Right.
Because it's a dear price to pay for it. So that's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it is sad, and like I said, I don't know where it's gonna lead in the next few years. I mean, I can't see it getting any worse than what it is.
We're gonna always be up against something.
Um,
Look at what's going on in politics. There's so much being untangled right now until everything we're talking about right now, this morning, we can't do nothing about unless it's in our household. Because you got thousands of people that's losing their jobs right in front of our face.
mhm.
I mean, thousands
Oh,
of
yeah.
people
I
that's
heard
losing
that.
their job,
Right.
and the people that's losing the job was the so-called people was around to help us. But at the end of the day, we can only fix what we can around us. And if we could fix some of what we got around us, like everything I'm saying pertains to me too. For
Right.
my son,
Right.
like my daughter, she okay, but my son, he thinks certain things is cool, and I'm like, man, God put me through everything, so you don't have to go through nothing.
Right.
You just listen to me.
Right.
Because little do you know, I can outrun you if you want to race.
Uh-huh.
If you want to dance, I can outdance you. Whatever you want to do, if you want to box, for sure, I don't want to do that to you, but I will.
Right. Right. Right.
So please listen to me. But if you don't and you touch that fire, you will get burned.
Right. Right.
And from that point, I will only be able to do so much to you. So until then, I got to focus on whatever it takes for me to enjoy paying the bills that I got to pay and the things and areas that I got to do.
Yeah, parenting, I always say, being a mother was the hardest thing I ever did.
Okay, that.
It's the
So,
most underpaid job being a parent.
well, it's tough. It's
I
tough
believe
being
that.
a parent. I mean, it really is. It's not easy. Daryl, you got 5 kids, right?
Yeah, she just
So
put them in the
come to the table, Darren. I think I think I am the problem as a technologist and pushing technology. I am part of the problem, but I'm also part of the solution as well. But I've learned, like, as a kid growing up, it was always who's your biggest influence, or
Okay.
who are you watching, or who motivates you. But now kids get information like this. Kids get technology like that. So we don't have to teach our kids anything. Our kids can learn anything within a matter of seconds, moments,
Right.
because all this information is given to them. All this information is already presented to them. So what we have to do is we got to understand the factors. But a lot of parents, they don't know about technology because they probably didn't grow up with it, or they probably weren't exposed to it. But now our kids are way more exposed to it. Even my 4 or 5 year old, she can use a phone better than most people I know. Get it, click it, go right to whatever she want to watch, or go whatever social media she want to use. So I think
Born to
technology is
it.
playing a really, really hard influence. And when you say drugs, technology is a drug.
Yes.
It's addictive. Have you ever watched a child sit and scroll?
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
feeding, I don't know
Can't
if it's
even talk.
Yeah.
serotonin, dopamine.
Right.
It affects your dopamine levels.
So
Yeah.
whatever it's
Yeah.
given. Yeah. So even as a parent, as parents, we can't watch our child all the time, and sometimes we just want them to leave us alone, and we give them a phone or get on the tablet and go sit in the corner. But when I was coming up, we was the idiot tube generation. We sat and we watched BET or MTV, but their influence is much different now.
Right.
So they're watching people lives. Like when you look at these posts and reels and stories, these are people's lives. They are influenced by some of everything and some of everybody.
You can make
from-
your life look good.
Yeah. And
Right.
yeah, so to
Right.
me, technology is not only the biggest influence, but the biggest enemy. And to understand it is not even understanding it because we're receiving so much, just a minute amount of information about technology. But if people knew what I know, I'm scared of technology. And I use technology. Technology is all around me, as y'all can see. And technology scares the crap out of me because I know where it's going and I already know where it's at.
Mhm.
And now with medical stuff, y'all not talking to real people.
Right.
Right? Yeah, so who are we fighting?
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, you're talking, yeah, and really, how do you feel about AI? I'm so tired of hearing people, but I know Marcus wanted to say something. So Marcus, if you want to come back up, but this AI thing, you know, I think they're going, you know, they're going a little too far with it, um, in terms of influence.
I'm glad he touched on this subject because I know these two little girls. They way younger than age 18. I've been knowing them for some years because of me out selling my sense. But these two little girls showed me they robbing good. They not even legal age. And they had, I think it was like around 20,000 in the Robin Hood.
Mhm.
So I'm glad he brought that up because, and then they bake. That's how I met them.
Okay.
I think they need to be on cakewalks because if
They're
you can,
really good.
they're really good.
Okay.
If you can imagine this room being on cake, if it takes them 2 days, they're gonna put this room on cake. But anyway,
So,
I look at them like this generation now versus our generation. Our generation was taught to go to school, go to college, well, go to grammar school, high school, college, and strive for a career. This generation, thanks to these phones, which is the greatest weapon alive,
mhm.
these are $1 million devices in our hands. They don't need corporate America.
Mhm.
And that's what I think the world is afraid of because, most kids that start working is like 15, 16,
Mhm.
and they already had 12, 13 jobs, ready to whoop the supervisor, the manager, and everybody and their mama because they know they don't need them when they can jump on these phones, make a video, get a ton of likes and a ton of views and start making money, and they literally do be having money. This generation have more access to more money than our generation did. They have access to
Cryptocurrency.
way more money. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, access,
Yeah.
but I don't know to what degree that pans out in the end. I would say two things. One, the way that social media has been gamified both adds to the element that was that's like a drug. It adds to those dopamine hits, but also in making the audience respond in those ways, you end up with both drug. You end up being the drug, the product, and the dealer all at the same time. So when you when you compound the idea of both it's satisfying your pleasure centers, that you're getting attention and validation from the audience, then on top of it you're being rewarded financially, and then on top of that you have control. You feel like you have control over your own life and an expertise in an area that you've been a part of since you were born. All of that is very hard to walk away from, and on top of it, um, it is as much or more um, community building in a positive and negative sense than television ever really was. And there is a degree of scariness to all of the levels in which that integration um, grabs a hold of young people this day. It can be used for good, for real positive outcomes, but more than likely, if it's just being thrown down a capitalist lane, yeah, the dangers are incalculable.
Yeah.
Um,
So what's the solution to it? Take the phones away?
Control what you're, when you have do, that's what I do. When my kids are All my kids' tablets, with my old children's tablets have been locked up since summer has been over, since school has been in session. My oldest is not allowed to have his phone after 10 p.m. and is not allowed to take it to school. He has to bring his school computer and all electronics downstairs at nighttime.
Okay.
I bet not hear no. I have a super ray vision for blue light with the TV lets up. I can't sleep with the noise. I hear radio waves.
Do you?
Yeah. So
Okay.
control what your children are doing.
Right.
A child is not a control. I don't
Right.
care what the government
Right.
wrote on a piece of paper.
Right. Right.
Your child is not a control. I think that's also one thing that we have kind of lost is like we allow our kids to like bully us, I guess.
Right.
You
Right.
better give me my phone. I didn't know you paid for it, big dog.
Yeah.
I didn't know you paid the internet bill. When you put in on it, we can talk. But even then, you have people that are younger, not technically legal adults,
Right.
where they might legally be adults, but mentally they could not be. And because they do have, how Marcus said, they have that control. To be, it's a form of gratification.
Right.
Somebody's giving me appreciation. I'm getting attention I never received. And
Right.
I very well, the moment that this device is black screen and I walk outside of this room, there could be no one out there.
Right.
So those things are really giving, in a sense, like Jason spoke about mental health.
Right.
It's giving, it affects some children's mental health and it affects some adults' mental health, because you have some adults out here that portray that they live on a white sandy beach when they live in projects.
Right. Right.
But that green screen, you get a white sheet, you can make anything look like anything.
That's true.
So, and that goes back to policy and mental health. And I think that one thing that our community needs to do, any African American therapist or minority therapist or in any form, instead of, and I know a few that do this, they don't just do their work on a 9 to 5 schedule.
Mm-hmm.
They do it as a passion. It has to be a passion,
Mm-hmm.
because when it comes to our people, you have to care.
Mm-hmm.
You can sign up and say, I'm a psychiatrist, I'm a therapist, but if you're not helping that person grow out of something or grow into something, you're really hindering them.
Right.
And I think that that's where we do drop the ball, instead of us making sure that at-home work is laid down, that it goes back to at-home work,
Mm-hmm.
that at-home parents and that at-home co-child parent relationship, it has to be there, because once you hit that teenage, once like Daryl said, that those 5-year-olds, man, I've seen it myself. Like, how did you just, I didn't even know my phone did that. I didn't even know, and I got the phone. I picked this phone. So I'm trying, how'd you just do that? Show me what you just did.
Right.
You're 5. That's how they do.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I have Nintendo Switches, and my 13-year-old niece was like, Titi, you can get on YouTube and Netflix on your Nintendo Switch? I was like, there's no app for that. She's like, no, you gotta go through the Safari. Let me show you. You just don't know you're old.
Right.
You're right.
Right.
I'm
Show
old.
me
Show me
Yeah,
something.
because all of them have that maneuver now.
Yeah, and that's,
And all of that.
well, back in the day,
We did have,
we
yeah.
had the one TV,
Right.
like you said, we would, Rap City, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
1 6
right.
apart, when they coming up, there was no, and then even at that time, if you were a certain age, your parent or whoever was home you were living in said, hey, y'all little ones, go to another room, it's time for bed, this ain't for y'all. There's no censoring of the age. There's no censoring.
Right.
And like, for instance, China,
It's worse.
their TikTok, everybody talks about, the TikTok and all that.
Mhm.
Their social media demographic outlet to their children is much more different compared to America.
I heard about that.
You can YouTube in America how to kill yourself. You can't do that in China.
Right. Right. And you shouldn't be able to do that in America either.
But
No.
reality
I mean,
is if I got 50,000 people posting the same video, I can only cipher through so many.
Right. Right.
And then you have a computer system that's really supposed to filter this out.
Yeah, but there's more people in China than there is in America.
Right, but when
So
you
how
have,
is China able to do it?
because
Right, they have a lot more control in China.
they got more
Right.
control.
Right.
When they made the computer, they made sure that everybody wasn't getting the same computer.
Yeah.
And even then, when you think about just like this iPhone here, I paid about $1,500 for this iPhone. It had been broke. I bought this phone outright. I didn't make
Right.
payments, right?
Right,
I bought it outright.
Right.
Do you know how much the person got paid to make this phone?
Probably
A
$10.
cup of rice. A cup of rice.
Yeah.
To split between them and 10 other people.
Right.
Do you know where they got the mechanisms for this phone? Africa.
Right. Right.
And so it's like and it's not here in America. Everybody talks about how other countries have child labor. We aren't even teaching our children how to be adults because we do give them these devices at their fingertips.
Mhm.
And it really does go back to like if we start at home and say, hey, there's screen time,
Mhm.
and you have so some of those parents are considered crunchy or something. I think that's the saying.
Mhm.
No, I don't let my kid take medicine off the shelf. I really ain't about it either because, like you said, I don't know what's in that Tylenol. I really don't. Tylenol has been sued too many times for
I
autism.
know.
I have an autistic kid, and at this point,
Who
I
does?
should have joined on the lawsuit, but I couldn't because there was other medical issues that I had that I had
Right.
to sign papers that said I can't sue y'all.
So did you do the vaccinations?
No,
With
but
your-
I have
your-
hyperemesis gravidarum, which isn't even discussed in our culture.
Okay.
I didn't even know it was a thing.
What is it?
So hyperemesis gravidarum is basically when you're pregnant, you have morning sickness. Some people have it.
Okay.
However, you have it the whole time. It never goes away.
It never goes away. Okay.
So your blood levels go down. You're dehydrated. You
Okay.
can't consume anything. Comes out of every end. And there's only so many things they can give you. So some people take Zofran via the mouth. Some people take. I had to get IV transfusions.
Okay.
IV to go home with and everything.
When you were pregnant.
So
Okay.
because I take that via IV, I'm not allowed to sue the hospital and say
Okay.
I'm not allowed to take legal action because on that paper it says these are the risks of taking
That
this
you taking that
medication.
medication. Exactly. Well, that's right.
But I want my child to live. I want to make it through pregnancy. I had to make that decision. Do I let my child die? Do I die? Or do I take this medication?
Okay.
I'm gonna go. I went and spoke with the black doctor. I know a black OBGYN. I said, hey, I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. And that was at my twins' pregnancy. So I didn't know there's certain things. When I had my 15-year-old, they thought I had H1N1. They gave me the antibiotic for H1N1 and it was killing pregnant women and children. But they gave me the pill because that's what they thought I had. But because, unfortunately, African American women are looked past in the ER department or any medical field,
Mhm.
they didn't check me to see that I had hypertension. Because there's really no way to tell until they get to looking at your levels every time you go in, and it's upsetting because just like PCOS, do you know how many people of our colors have PCOS?
What is PCOS?
So basically, it's like, from my understanding, POC or whatever it is, basically where their bodies they faint, like they're literally could be standing up talking to us and they just faint.
Yeah, I met somebody like that. She told me she had some kind of disorder like that.
We don't even discuss these things. Just like how Jason said, he never heard of depression until he came to the state of Iowa.
Right.
Because in Illinois, there's no such thing. Because we got to get out here and get it. It's just, I don't care about you crying. You crying, yeah, I understand you just watched your brother get shot, but you still got to stand on this block.
Right.
Because you know what? You have no food at home. And there's only one grocery store. And you can't go across town to get your milk because you might die. So but that doesn't happen here. So I think that's why it's very, like, that's why it's insane that we have more liquor stores than grocery stores.
Right.
But it's all about how they map things to make sure that we do have to, not just African Americans, people below a certain level have to fight against each other to get those necessities, whether it's education, health, food. And it's insane that we have to, in a sense, fight each other just to get fair, equal rights. I don't care if you were a girl and now you're a boy, or a boy and now a girl. I don't care if you're Rachel Dawson and you're pretending to be black and you're not.
Mm.
Don't push for something if your values aren't aligned with those people. Because you can't go into, those, like you said, the refugee communities, you can't go in there and tell them that you don't like rice. You can't go in there and say, I eat with forks. They're going to tell you that's disrespectful to their culture.
Mm.
You can't go in certain restaurants with your shoes on because that culture is disrespectful. But nobody is making sure that our culture is not being disrespected. Our things are not being disrespected. So
Right.
if we start at home and say, hey, this is what we do. When you get in the schoolhouse, you act this way. Hey, when I'm speaking, put that phone down. All those things that they start at 2, 3, 4, 5, by the time they're 15, they should have that respect. But you're going to have a kid. Every kid or something does have, a moment. And I think that if our community stayed as a community, we wouldn't have so many breakdowns.
Right.
If the black churches wouldn't stop leaving the black people.
Yeah.
And those things I think are insane because when I was growing up, we had things like Red Circle where they taught you how to sit at a table. They taught you what fork was what fork. I don't even think they do that anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got a few people that try to teach adequateness, but they charge you so much money to take the thing too. I mean, a lot of nobody does anything without getting paid these days either, which leads us to why we're talking about Black philanthropy. You know, um, one thing that we want to do is increase Black philanthropy, not so much, the church. Black people are known as giving the most of every other group, right? Because of a lot of it is secular that goes in the church. However, a lot of us don't go to church like we used to, and so there's a breakdown there as well. But looks like we were talking about earlier, not having the mentors and stuff, the father and the family, that we gotta bring that back to the mentoring piece of working with our kids and this intersectional relationship that you once talked about, having a neighbor next door or whatever, we can rely on, we got to figure out how to bring that back, you know. Um,
Hey, got some thoughts on that.
Go ahead, Marcus.
So here's the thing. If you think about how to bring together kind of all the things we were talking about, one of the things I was going to bring up earlier is one of the solutions to this kind of not just disjointed family structure, but how to bring community back is actually much like Barbara Ward's. You create networks. And these social media tools can be useful in connecting families and close networks. So, adults, especially with children, you reconnect to your family and bring your friend groups into communication circles on your social media systems, especially if you're in the same geographic area and you can meet up in person from time to time. So there's a human connection also to those online connections, so that young people can take the kinds of society that they are dealing with now, the kinds of grouping, and reconnect that to close close ties, families, direct interaction, interpersonal communication, and have it on all of those levels so that you can gauge the difference between feeling feeling of family and the feeling of friends, both up close, and the difference between that and a parasocial relationship. I think one of the big difficulties now is that we have a lot of people, and young people especially, that are so dissociated from real in life interactions, and unappreciative of the few that they have, that we've got some of these issues cropping up. And then the next point is, once you've got these social connective circles, once you've got these families reconnected, both electronically and physically, you start working on um, how to bring what what each individual needs into that circle. That mentorship can happen with a family friend. It can happen with somebody nearby. It can happen with somebody um, over the internet. The thing is, you then need to have more than one mentor, more than one person that connects with a young person, or more than one person that is a healer, or a faith leader, or a counselor, the kinds of people who can, bring into a small community that you may be creating both online and in person, the kinds of stabilizing elements that can really heal individuals and community, and can help keep young people on track. And then there's the last part of it, that is, we were talking earlier about how our older members of our community and our society don't have a real understanding of the platforms that our young people are on. We need people who can get folks either up to speed or be the monitors of those circumstances. Because if your kids can get out from under you, they will, and that's causing some of the disconnect right now. So I think that the kinds of networking that this organization represents, but turned back towards family, friend groups, community, utilizing the technology that we have to bring our worlds closer together,
Together.
is the solution, or is the beginning of a solution. I'll shut up now.
Right.
Thanks.
No, those are great points that you made.
No, you hitting it.
Yeah.
You
Great
definitely
point.
just hit the nail on the head. But it's like, it's kind of like we get to be blue in the face of, but who gonna actually do all of this stuff? And especially everything that's going on right now, that's out of our control. We just have to do it. We have to start in our own homes and start in our own world. Because if we can start there, we're gonna get to where you talking.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is people that seriously want to help. And then you got people that just talk. Like, I went to an event last weekend in Des Moines. I go to a lot of entrepreneur events. That was one of the
You
best.
went to what's it called?
Make me a world in
I'll
Iowa.
make me a
By
wallet.
Miss
I
Betty
will.
Andrews.
Yeah, Miss Betty Andrews.
Listen, it was
That's
a really nice event.
Mhm.
Now, in my world is work and grind. So I don't get a chance to see too much. But when I went there and I saw some little kids, I mean, they had a fashion show for kids.
Did you get to see the drum line?
The drum
I
line,
gotta ask. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been to quite a few
The-
times.
the-
My
the-
them kids be hitting that.
man, the drum line touched my heart. I had to stop
Them
what I
poor
was
babies,
doing
them little babies.
just to pay attention. But when I saw the fashion, it's everything they have for adults, they have for the kids too.
Mm-hmm.
And them kids they was focused, they was ready,
Mm-hmm.
they was interested, and they was ready to show you what they had to do.
Thank
We don't have that around here.
We
We don't have that. We don't have that
used
around
to.
there.
We used to.
Right.
Mr. Slade Thompson used to run the drum line here back in the day
Right.
at a Mount Zion, Black
Right.
Week Mount Zion, and quite a few churches were involved. And I think
It's
that
leaving though.
I think
It's
that
leaving. I think we need another one in
I
Earth.
think
We got
we don't
several in
have-
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's a
always
city.
have but
Y'all got
it is
y'all got to
leaving.
use one.
And even people playing instruments, that's leaving too.
Because you can
Saxophone,
do it on the computer now.
phones,
Yeah.
You can pull it
and
up on
that's
your
sad.
phone.
Because we the authors of music. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When our kids don't know how to play a horn, and that's a scary thing too. So but the thing is too, we gotta. I think a lot of us talk so much and don't put words into action. Because see, all of this talk is cheap,
Right.
and that's how come I went ahead and I started Bob Rewards Club because. And I'm not I'm not a much big talker,
Right.
but I want to do. You get what I'm saying? And we got to get people that literally can do.
Right.
Get into these things.
Right.
And even though you may have one person, you still need another one.
Right.
See, that's the thing. We get thinking, well, oh, well, so and so does this, but so and so needs help doing what he does. Spread on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of these kids, they are.
that's a trick.
While we on the subject of kids and how we can eventually get off into the community and for the community to help, a lot of these kids in this day and age is seriously fast learning. I have a granddaughter, never went to a guitar lesson, and then I'm like, picked up the guitar,
She cold with it.
and now she's about to turn into Norman Brown or Kim Waters.
Really? How old is she?
14.
Okay.
14.
All right.
And just up there picked up a guitar and
No.
and
She
now
taught
they
herself.
teach
Yeah.
they self
Right.
taught
Right.
because of her name is Liliana. They self teach themselves because of the phones.
Okay.
So it's kind of like it's just getting a hold of the ones that we can get a hold of because
Right.
they not all messed up. They
Right.
not all depressed or off the medicine or off the pills. They not all like that because you got no mothers in your household, and grandmothers and grandfathers just not tolerating that. So I think that's a pretty good thing. Yeah.
And there's a couple of solutions right at our doorstep. I mean, y'all were talking about drum lines a second ago. We had what, 2 or 3 in the parade for Juneteenth last week.
Yeah, we have them all. But
So
you know
the
what?
connections are here.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the one highlight that we have that a lot of the other Juneteenths don't have too, because people don't recognize that as being part of our culture.
Right.
That gave the kids something to do, to be in,
It probably took them months or weeks.
to just be in them group, to learn, the moves you make, the steps, the whole thing of having a uniform, and that camaraderie you have,
Vocational programs
it
that
is
was in high
very
school
needed.
before.
These kind of things are very needed.
Right.
And we, even though, like I said, we talked about classism earlier, because you can move across town. Don't forget.
Forget about us over
Don't
here.
forget.
Right. Hey,
Don't forget that
about the little people.
it's important still to share the culture. The culture
Where
is
you
important.
came from.
Because, I mean, a lot of these kids, they don't know nothing about us. Well, look at it, in Rochester, we're going June 7th. They don't even got a drill team. I was talking to the NAACP down in Rochester. They don't even do drill teams. Now, you know what I'm saying? What is a drill team without a drill team?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying that, we got serious problems. And like I said, just because so-and-so has got this program over here, don't think that you're competing with that person, because we need another program like that. Right. We need 100 more thousand Bob Rewards clubs, right? We need to have this going on in every city. Another business should be able to rely and call somebody when they have a question. Or, you know what I'm saying? We need to have this togetherness.
I think fundraising will help because what was the flood of 208, 2008 here?
But we had one in 13, and then we had 16, and then we had duration.
Now, if people can come together for weather disasters
and
all other kind of disasters, I mean, because we can talk to each other in the face, but I think some fundraisers will help.
Fundraisers for
but to get money up for drumline bands.
But you gotta have a teacher who's gonna get a mentor. You know what I'm saying? So the mentors are not there.
Maybe Atlanta, maybe she could put
the mentors
in drumline or something. But
hello, Alanda.
Anybody?
Can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear you. Go ahead and introduce yourself. I don't know if you met Marcus, who is
hello
award winner.
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy Saturday and all of that. Hey, Jason, congratulations. I'm Alonda Gregory. I'm in Dubuque, Iowa, and I've been here almost 12 years, and it'll be 12 years in May. Came out in 2013, my husband and I, and we both are creatives. He has a music studio up here, and I started a business before I left Chicago, helping other artists and entertainers and small business owners pretty much kick off this stuff. Kick off with, what's your idea? So I try to coach them into like a way, like get resources and all of that. So I am in a process of rebranding. Because I'm just whatever, they call us freelancers. I call us creatives. So that's who I am. I have Tri-Phoenix Group is my company. And the Creative Shift is a Substack that I write on. You're going to hear a train in the background. So I'm going to be quiet right now until the train passes.
Okay, well, thank you, Alonda, for joining us. We also have one more guest in the background. He just came in, Dimitri. If you could bring him up, maybe on a fourth screen. I don't know. Do we have one?
We don't have 4, but I can do 4.
Okay, maybe we could take. Oh, you could do 4. Okay. What I'm trying to do is we want to have a conversation. Dimitri has joined us. Now, Dimitri Kassan's store. I'm going to let him introduce himself to you all. But he has a very important job where he works with nonprofits.
Okay.
And standards.
Okay.
Okay. One of the conversations that I would love to have right now is talking about, again, that administrative corruption, okay? What type of standards do you need to have as a nonprofit? We do work with quite a few nonprofits, Bobby Ward's Club.
Michelle,
Can
I'm
you
just
hear
going
me?
to jump in. Can I jump in 1 second here?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was going to go live this soon here. I was planning to jump in around 3 o'clock. So I have to go pick up my son. I'll pick up my son, come back,
Sure.
and then go live at 3.
Okay, that'll be
But
fine.
you can set it up for as much as you want, but that's when I can jump like on screen and be live.
Okay.
So you caught me with
Okay,
my
well, that's
makeup on.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were coming early or not. So we'll just, but we can still, let's talk a little bit about that. If you want to jump down then and come back, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll tune in. I'll tune in as soon as I'm back. I'll tune in because I like the conversation.
My bad. No. And as you can see, we're having just like a informal, gathering today with, eating and stuff like that. So it's just meant for us to kind of chime in. Alonda, let's talk a little bit about that, especially from the perspective of what our Black legacy organizations have done so far. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We're talking about like millions of dollars that have gone into some of these organizations, but then we don't have the change that we need. Black Americans, we still feel like we're on the bottom of the totem pole, right? We're not, now we talked a lot in the first hour about the family, the school system. I want to talk about the institutions now, okay? And looking at these institutions that are supposed to be institutions where we're serving each other, right? We're growing with each other for the betterment of what? The Black community. Okay? But then, like even two of our guests that's supposed to be here right now run the Cedar Rapids NAACP. And nobody wants to really get in these heavy discussions talking about these organizations and what they represent today in 2025.
Well, I will say, yesterday was Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
So for the lovers, they probably spending some significant time like me. I wish my wife was there, or I could spend time with. I still would have came, but people, we have to give y'all the appreciation that y'all deserve. Those that deserve it. So yeah, it could be that. It could be other events going on. But guess what? One or two, we have a few people.
We have more systematic institutional issues that are not narrowed down to one day.
Mm-hmm.
They're narrowed down to
every day of our life.
What we've been doing since civil rights. It's narrowed down. So like, Alana, chime in a little bit. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I think what we're looking at right now is performative. Everything since the civil rights movement has been performative. Everybody has been doing things in front of a camera, doing things because they got an institution, they with a certain organization. Once they join an organization, then they end, right? Not saying that everybody don't do a lot of work, but when there's an incident or a call to action, they're right there front and center. What are you doing proactively in your community? Like, I'm from Chicago. Operation Push, the Rainbow, whatever he called it, whatever it is, Coalition, Rainbow Coalition. They have always did a lot of grassroots work. And anytime when there's a lot of turnaround and people in and out, you're going to have a lot, to me, there's going to be a lot of changes, right? There's a lot of personalities get involved. I'm in Dubuque, Iowa. I truly believe we have the whitest NAACP chapter in all the chapters of the NAACP. We cannot get people to join. I think I
don't think so. I ran it behind the loop.
What?
Oh, I said I don't think so because we were going to be going to the loop too.
Okay.
It's all white.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. So I stand corrected. We almost the whitest, right? But we have a community here.
Right.
Yeah, and we have a community here. So the NAACP is supposed to be the national advancement of colored people, not just black and white people, but where are the rest of the people that we're supposed to be standing for? And so I don't think it's like we get in organizations and people are afraid to change, and we stay in this loop and it's all performative. We all meet the numbers. We are 501(c). You doing what the work that you are appointed to do, and what are you doing in the meantime? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you got to shake it up and confront and do the work. And I think it's also being in a predominantly white area, being a black person, you don't want to tilt, you don't want to tip the scales, you don't want to offend anybody, but that's when the work happens. If you're going to consider be my ally, I need you to hear the issues that I have. I need you to not be my savior. I need you to actually be an assistant to assist me and be an accomplice, right? So these organizations, there's a lot of organizations that are good. Then there's a lot of organizations that miss out on the money because somebody is friends with somebody, and people get recognition or get whatever. Then you have the ones that's really truly trying to move the needle, won't receive or don't get recognition or whatever the red tape mess is. We're missing out on so many active people, young folks. We have so many young people that really want to get involved, but when you hit a wall of older people that want to stay in the way or stay because they feel that these younger people can't do anything, that's when we kind of miss out on. I heard you again when I came in on the conversation. I'm thinking about the younger people. We are here to not to help them when they need help. This world is I'm 55. This world is no longer mine to create in. I have children. They're here. They got children. So they are now shaping a world that they want to grow up in. They want their children to grow up in. We have to help them navigate that. And we have to get out of the way because we don't know everything. And I think that's a lot of that when the organizations shift, a lot of people do not want to to release power and control. They want to stay there. They want to do it the way it's always been done. And back to my point, performative. When you are just performing and you're not doing real work, it looks good in the news. It looks good on news, if somebody doing a write-up about you because you did something very wonderful. But the real people that need recognition, they're not getting it. They're not getting the recognition because they're doing real work, and that's not fun because you're not always in the camera. You're not always looking to be seen. You actually doing the work, and no one knows about you because there is not a camera around every time they give out some turkeys or pass out this and do that, and that's where we're missing. And we have to understand word of mouth is everything, and we got to get people back involved, like get back involved, because right now I'm looking at how the Bug Billiken Parade, it is the longest running parade in the world. How are they able to do that and keep it going? They have so many other organizations tied to it that they're working together. How are they doing that? That's, and then I'm looking at the other festivals and other things and what we're doing. How are we sustaining ourselves? How do we move around these people? How do we get the money from each other? How do we support and share the resources? Because right now we're being set apart away from people that have been always performative. Now we got the real people that's doing the work, the real work. And that's what we have to do. It's time to start shifting. It's like I said, a creative shift. I've got this because we're shifting away from the old world of doing things in the old way. But there's a lot of people that's in the way of that. And we got to maneuver and strategize. How do we get away from them? How do we move around them? How can we stop them from being in our way? How do we move around? What is it? How do we plan to continue doing this work without them getting in the way? You know what I mean? And I don't know the answer, but all we can do is just keep talking and having these conversations so we can at least have some type of standing, because we grew up in a world that Black history wasn't taught in our schools. We had to learn it on our own. We had institutions outside of that. We had institutions outside of that that supported the schools. So how do we do that without, we've been so dependent on grants and money that we need to learn how do we do it, authentically. The HBCUs have existed for a very long time. And how do we do it before monies were available from government? How do we do it without that? How do we continue to do the work? It's this, and I said this yet to Michelle yesterday, we was on the phone. I'm looking at us being in a Reconstruction era 2.0, because it is time for us to start coming back together and rebuilding the world that we had started almost 200 years, 180 years ago. It's time for us to start going back to that, because we're not going to be able to do it apart. That's just my thought. I'm sorry.
Look, the year 2053, which I think that's been moved up to 2030, Black collective wealth is supposed to get 0. We can see that today. I know I see it when I travel.
Right.
Okay. I see a lot more poor Black people, and I see a lot more homelessness, right? And so I'm scared. I ain't even gonna lie. I worry about the next generations if we don't really see some type of systemic change. And I compare that to the viability that the Native Black Americans have, the Indians, right? The Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the people who we don't talk about anymore, those Black Indians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because their tribes have diminished, their people, you get what I'm saying? The culture is not. But you bring up some really good points. I still have to stay steadfast on that, our public school is the best thing for our children today in 2025. But the institution of, I guess what I'm getting at is, how do we make sure that we are being accountable to each other? Marcus, why don't you answer that question? Because Marcus deals a lot in policy, and I've been told like I oust these organizations,
Right.
but I mean to. You know what I'm saying? I'll go to their events and stuff like that, and I don't bite my tongue in how I feel today by feeling that I'm going to be of any use by chumming up with them. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
I have to let them know.
Right.
But I wish there were more people that were like me, that's not so afraid. And there's less people in the philanthropy world because they're so worried about that dollar.
Mm-hmm.
The dollar has got people all messed up in philanthropy, I think.
We don't even have a dollar.
No, but they try to get the dollar.
Right.
So that means they'll do everything to get the dollar.
Right.
And they will even change their mission and objectives to get the dollar. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's
And this
scary
is one of the
thing. That's scary, Marcus.
No, go ahead.
You understand?
I do. This is one of the
Yeah.
big harms in the lane of philanthropy is that the biggest difficulty with philanthropy is that people with the money get to make all the decisions as to not just what gets funded, but what you kind of get to think about in terms of how you're going to act, what you're going to do, where you're going to go in that process. And since so many of us, especially in the Black community, don't have that kind of money, we don't get to make most of those choices. And the biggest difficulty with trying to serve our community is when you have to live by someone else's edicts, when you have to run by their understanding of culture and their directives of what's right and wrong and what solutions are. It muddies up the capacity that anybody can really have to solve problems in our community, because we might know the solution, we might know how to fix a thing, but if we're not allowed to operate in that way because the city says no, or because the philanthropist says no, or because the property owner of our building says no, well then the solutions that will work, that we know, that we have the capacity to do, become things outside of our circle. So, hey, that's one. The other answer, the answer is through when we're considering how groups like ours actually move in the world. We have to have a good deal of that transparency, and we have to be very open. We have to be ready when people have call outs for us. We have to meet them head on, because the only way to keep the trust of community is to be open when they have criticisms, and that's hard. And people ain't nice. And the internet age has allowed people with anonymity to be as cruel as they can possibly imagine. And it's hard to take. It's hard to just stand up here and face the fire. But if you can't, you won't be trusted. And if you can't be trusted, people won't accept your solutions even when you really have them. So yeah. So one, yeah, we got to start trying to get that money so that we have the ability to fund the solutions that community has ready. And two, we got to be open, we got to be ready, and we got to be honest with folks, as painful as it may be, because if not, even if you have the solutions, people won't accept you. Thanks.
Sound like gatekeepers.
They are gatekeepers.
On both
You know, some of the worst gatekeepers, I think,
Right.
because you can clearly see what our issues are. And to me, if you're just chasing the dollar and working on something that ain't gonna even help our community, you get what I mean?
Right.
Or you're helping other communities like we're seeing today with these Black legacy organizations under this umbrella of people of color, okay? I mean, even though it was always called the National Advancement of Association of People of Color, those people of color were the Black people. And now we're seeing that the focus is kind of really not on it. And most of, and I'm just using them as an example, but we have a lot of Black legacy organizations, like even the Urban League, some of the, you know what I'm saying, that still get this big pot of money in the billions, million, you know what I'm saying, of dollars, that if some of the dollars were put towards the things that we truly need, I don't think we would be having this conversation today. Okay. And I know just from looking at the work that we do in business development, there needs to be more of that versus always putting your money into a few people that you think are going to do that business development for the city or the area that you live in. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we see now. We see cliques kind of form with business economic development monies with a few people instead of there being an ongoing relationship to continue building Black owned businesses. You get what I'm saying, Marcus? From
Most
scratch
definitely.
and just growing that abroad.
Right.
So, like, your friend can have a place to go when he's got an idea.
Right.
I mean, I think that how we've approached our issues as a people, it's all been from the wrong approach. And I swear to God, if we don't make some changes, we are going to hit that zero. I don't care what we're going to hit it collectively, because the ones that even got jobs, good jobs, are struggling
Right.
to make ends meet. They don't have money savings, okay? You know what I mean? I mean, it's a real serious issue.
I think
And you have to really take this economic development thing from a whole nother perspective than how we have. Well, go ahead.
I totally get what you're saying, and I think, it's so, it is. We have to actually really go to our roots. Like, what's happening? How did we, I'll say my generation and the generation before me, what happened? When did we stop? Like, we show up, but now we're all in this collective group, like no matter what generation we're in, we're all in this together. Like, we're all struggling. You know what I mean?
Yo,
like, we're
folks,
in this place
let
that
me just be
we
me for a moment.
are not. we're like, how do we help each other? Like, and I get what you're saying, Michelle, because it comes down to
So, rather
generational.
than being dead air,
Can you hear me?
Can you hear
I will
Marcus?
go ahead and
Can you hear
put forth
me?
a couple of quick ideas unless
Can you hear?
folks are
Can you hear
otherwise
us?
hearing Alonda.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead and put something in the chat if somebody's hearing Alonda. Alonda.
Oh,
Okay.
can I?
You might need to drop down and come back up
Who, me?
once you talk. No, no, no. We can hear you.
Oh, you
Okay.
can hear me?
Marcus.
Okay.
Seeing nothing in the chat. Oh, chat.
Okay. We can hear you. We can hear him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Daryl. Um,
I
I
think
don't
what
think you
we.
met Daryl. But Daryl is doing our
Okay.
technical stuff in the background here.
Yeah, you know what?
So
I'm thinking.
go
Can
ahead,
you hear?
Alonda.
Can you hear now,
Yes,
Marcus?
I can hear you.
Okay, we hear
Can
Marcus.
you hear
Can you
me?
hear?
I hear you, Alonda.
Okay. So I guess what I want to
No,
say.
go ahead and
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's very deeper because I grew up in a generation that you do as elders, you say do as I say, not as I do. That doesn't work anymore because now everybody is, like I said, performative, and I think it all comes down to where we come from. How do we take our eyes off of, like you said, the wealth, people trying to chase the money, people trying to chase the American dream, chase to be like the celebrities? How do we shift the focus back on we need each other, right? If a lot of folks that I see and hear that go to church, where's the love? You know what I mean? So, and it all, and I'm one of those touchy feely people, not always, but where is this thing, the foundation? Our foundation is we got to love ourselves, because all of this, what we're saying, philanthropy, grassroots building, connecting, we have to have love for each other. And there's a lot of self-hate there, and it's planted. It's a seed that has been going down for generations that we got away from who we are. And I grew up in the time, Black love, Black power, all that was like it was so exciting for everybody to like really be proud of who they are until something happened. I don't know. I guess crack up. We got to look at history. We look at history and pathology and how all of this. How do we get here? All of this because somehow we just got downtrodden. Right now we're just trying to exist. How do we pull ourselves out of this rut we have been in to connect with each other? Right now we don't have enough love for ourselves to even try to connect, to do grassroots and try to see when people are helping us. Black owned businesses can thrive. They are thriving in a lot of Black affluent neighborhoods. They get it. They have always had that support in Black affluent neighborhoods. So now, if you're not in an affluent neighborhood, you live in places like Chicago, you live in places like Philadelphia, all these other places that do not see these positive, and if they do see this positive movements, do they trust them? Because some people they cannot trust. So right now, it's the self. Truly believe it is the identity that it's been scrubbed from our psyche that we're trying to connect to, and we don't know how. We don't know how to love each other. We don't even know how to love people. We know how to perform. I'm going to keep using that word today, but we're going to perform to get the things that we need and desire. But as far as connecting with each other, we don't know it. We're having this conversation, but we got to be able to connect. And we can't connect no matter what. I don't care what you decide, who you vote for, what church you go to. What is our connection? And we're not understanding connection because we grew up in a time we saw it. And I'm going to keep referring back to the longest running Black parade in the world. That a love started that. Look, that's love. That's connection. They connect with people on a yearly basis, right? So this is the connection part, right? So this is where we really got to get to to me, the pulse of this is connection. And if we can't connect, we're going to keep having these conversations until it clicks that we need each other. Otherwise, what's the point?
Right. I know you got something to say, Jason. Go
Hey,
ahead.
now the challenge, listen, these are all extremely valid points, state to state, state to state, everywhere. And it's like she's saying, what is it that we can do? But the only thing I can think of is this platform right here. It's a platform that you at least have the power or the position to talk to certain people and say, where can we start and how soon can we get it started? Because when the lights go off and I go out that door, I'm back to, I'm gonna be back to pushing these. But you being over this platform, the Bob Rewards, you at least know people like Alanda and other people that are extremely compassionate about that we have to wake up. What's gonna get our attention? And like Alanda said, which is one of the greatest points of today was our parents, they had their time, they had to get out the way and let us in the building. And now that we have kids and grandkids, we got to get out the way and let them try to lead the way. So who is in positions where they can get other people's attention? I think even if you have to create a private group through Bob Rewards to connect through other people that can put something together, I think that's a start. Because you know who you could connect to from state to state, and then it
Right.
starts spreading like a rag.
And that's what we hope to do with very little bit of marketing money to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's where that money key piece plays in. But I'm happy at the work that we can do. We have people all over the country, but even though we don't take and focus, like I would like to focus more on Texas, right?
Right.
Because I lived in Texas for 12 years. But Texas don't really need our help like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because Texas is one of the number one states for business. And then black businesses do thrive in Texas.
Right.
It ain't hard to find a black owned business.
Right.
So I know my work is not needed as much in Texas as it is in Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin.
Right.
Okay. The real problem with Wisconsin is Wisconsin's almost 50% black.
Right.
If you've been to Milwaukee.
Right.
Okay. The problem is that they have home ownership problems, incarceration problems. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Versus the problem here is that there's not enough black owned businesses and enough, we get, there's more crabs in a barrel in the bucket here. That's one thing I'm finding as a common thread between the worst states is that there are more crabs in a bucket, there's more tribalism, more less camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? When you go out in public and you see your fellow brother, hey, how you doing? Can you talk to them? And like you were just saying, bring them in. A lot of us be afraid to do that somehow. And I saw that happening in the 90s. To be honest, because I'm an old lady, but I saw that happening to begin to happen 80s, 90s. You know what I'm saying? That hatred. Then maybe the music, the gangster rap. You know what I'm saying? The joy, like you're saying. So that trust level has got to be rebuilt.
Yep.
And that is probably where we need to take the conversation next, because that's probably the heart of really the problem today. And I could truly say, yeah, I don't trust people as much either in terms of how we should invite them into our lives. We all got barriers up. We're all afraid. We thinking everybody's carrying a gun or there's drugs. You get what I'm saying? We got these barriers.
Right. But
yes,
you can also make it where people would want to be a part of your success story, because it's not enough success stories. Like even as an entrepreneur, it's not enough success stories. For one, man, I pay out of pocket. It's hard to keep growing. It's hard to keep growing from a camera to a computer screen to a big TV screen. It's hard for me to grow from bottles to shea butter to the air fresheners to the body oils to getting this printed up to getting the one of these is $30.
Right.
And it's like when you paying out of pocket, you
Mm-hmm.
know, it's hard. But we the people that want to at least try, or people that's in a position like Marcus that really want to try and help people. So I think me personally, it can start right here with Bob Reward, create a private chat group, get a young group, put a young group together,
Right.
and put a middle age group together,
Yep.
and like we can see what's going on, what was going on from the '60s, the '70s, the '80s, the '90s, the 2000s to right now. And like I said, the Bud Billiken Parade, you just have to go and see it yourself.
I've been to the Black Philanthropy.
Yeah, I've been as a kid, as a kid, and it's still going on right now to this day. Everything we were saying as a kid, they still doing right now. They ain't take nothing away from it.
Yep.
The bands, the dancing, people that's doing good, the entrepreneurs, they got all kind of reach, and they got people in positions to make it happen. And you at least have something. You have a platform. And a strong one on that. Barbara Wars is not overlooked.
Yes.
And somebody will listen when they see flyers, when they see you, a regular person like me, and gave a award to a regular person like me, and say, hey,
You deserve it.
this is for you. I may deserve this, but also we have other challenges that we face.
Right.
Like
You got to
Cameron.
start mentoring too. See, that's another thing where we're talking about Black philanthropy is that I know so many people that are Black and retired, semi-retired, that don't volunteer,
Right.
don't give their time. My sister's one of them. I'm gonna call her out right now. She's sitting on a loot of cash
Right.
that she didn't got for retirement,
Right.
right? And I talked to her the other day. I said, "Well, what you been doing all day?"
Right.
Oh, I'm enjoying my retirement. She's talking about, it's just nice to sit around and do nothing. Okay, yeah. But how long you gonna do that? Now I need you to take some of your time, your energy, and give back to your community because your community relies on it.
Right.
Now, she's a different type of person, and I can use her as a case example right now. Of
Right.
that Black person who has divested. Okay? Because she lived over North Minneapolis, and now she lives in Cottage Grove. But every time she needs to go do something to see some Black people, guess where she goes?
Right.
North Minneapolis for the Black people are.
Right.
I'm like, why the hell you move way over there, and then you got to come all the way back? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And then now you do have this time. Go give that to somebody.
Right.
I get frustrated, you guys. You just don't know a lot.
Oh, we do know.
Marcus, you don't know. I get so frustrated.
Yes, we do.
People telling them, look, you got the time. Go give your time back to your Black people. Go give your knowledge back. They need you. These people, these kids, we need these people. And don't always think about in terms of dollar amount that you're getting something for something. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Sometimes you don't need to get anything. The gift of giving is all you need.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But then you tell me you're a religious person. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying it. Anyway.
Yes.
No,
we hear you, Marcus.
I got to drop for a second. Sorry, just go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
So I hear you because I have done so much in my work that I feel like that I am a nonprofit because I do not have a big profit. I have not made a big profit. Most of my work and the work that I do, even though I get paid for some of the stuff I do, I give away a lot because I understand the spirit of philanthropy, right? Philanthropy, people look at money and this. It's also when someone giving you resources. right? Someone giving you resources, giving you a recommendation, mentoring. I believe that is something that a lot of us do not. We miss out on that. Mentoring is like one of the best gifts that anybody that can have, because when you sit up under the wisdom and knowledge of an elder that has been there, done that, can give you some pointers, can tell you how to shape and help you make your moves. That's like the best gift. I've always been a friend to elders. Ever since I was a little girl, I had an elder. All my best friends were elders, right? Here comes another train. Okay. Oh, but what I'm saying, and Jason, you have done so much. Like I am glad that I had the pleasure of working, like doing and coming up, because I'm seeing so much, and I am so like amazed at the work that we do, and I'm amazed at something. No, especially what you're doing, Michelle. I can't even fathom how people can like not work, come in and come get what you got. You know what I mean? Come in and communicate and link up and come across all this networking. There's so many people connected in this and what we're doing that everybody should know somebody and bring in more people, because it's not about like, again, I'm gonna use that word performative. This is not about we bringing in folks because we can have the numbers. No, we're bringing in people because this is intentional. What you're doing, Michelle, is intentional, and it's not. It is a self. Oh my God, it's so selfless that you have so much, and you connect so many people, that this is amazing, and other people should be able to see how amazing this is and how wonderful it is to connect with other people all across the country. Like this is nothing small. This is really, and to see the work that's put in. You are doing something phenomenal, and just like you, Jason, what you're doing, Jason is doing stuff, and other people that's doing all the business, the Black owned business. I'm excited to see the movement, even though it's been small. Coming up here 12 years ago, I did not see as much Black joy that I'm seeing in the last 2-3 years, right? I'm seeing an African American museum that's down there. My friend is now the director of and so because
we got to build back up because we got flooded out. Okay,
Jackie does amazing things. Amazing.
Yeah. So I love her. I love Jackie. And so just to see that, because before it was a lot of I saw it was mostly white people that ran the museum. Like, okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, she now has she has Lanessa's position, so she's now the executive director. She was the leader of education. Okay. At 4 p.m., I'll be leaving again to take my oldest and his friends down there, because Jackie is doing bring back what we were just discussing. Bring those things back. Okay. She's very brief. When I say I'm on her team full fledged, I don't need to check for it. I just give me the flyers.
Volunteer.
Because when I the energy she brings and the knowledge. And then even just knowing her, I learned she goes camping. How many Black women do you know go camping? And not only that, she's been host of RV camps. How many Black women you know that host RV lots? Okay. Ain't too many of them, but she one of them.
What RV lots?
She's
RV lots.
Like the Black people, be up in there.
Right.
Man, she knows something.
Yeah. And
yes. She has a saying
that people don't know how to do, like even start a fire when you start a fire, like
rubber shoulders with the white people.
Right. That's one of my favorite movies.
Well, we started that. Now we started. We created the idea of camping. See, we didn't have nowhere to go. We built tents. We created it. They stole that from us.
Right.
Okay.
They stole that from us.
I don't know so much about that.
I'm telling you, they stole who was
and
hunting?
You know why? Because I'm thinking about cavemen.
No, but who was hunting for? Or who was hunting for slave owners? They don't know how to fish. They didn't know how to put a fish on a rod. They didn't know nothing about that. Man,
All right.
yeah,
I just think it's about rubbing shoulders with the
man,
black
I'm
people.
a rebel, and that's something else. You have all these African Americans that are going back and purchasing the land that our ancestors learned from.
Right.
One of my goals is to own an RV lot, black.
Well,
owned.
but you know what? Which is
That-
another
that'd be
conversation.
nice.
Is that?
There's one. We got one.
But you know, our history comes from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the native black in us. Now you can go back to Oklahoma and get some land.
I know it.
You know that?
I'm waiting.
You go back to Ada, Perry, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They get you. Yeah. And they are doing it down south. Some of our file members we got are Choctaw. We're gonna start talking to a lot more of them because we're gonna do a series. We're doing a slave exhibit on Native Black Americans because people have forgot about the Native Black Americans. But you know, there are a lot of Native Black Americans and heritage. We didn't get the rights, you know, because they with the dollars roll, they took all that away with the $5 Indian back in, you know, the early 1900s, like Elizabeth Warren. That's why Trump calls her Pocahontas, because she really ain't got no Native Black, you know, no Indian in her. But her family was able to get on the dollars roll and take advantage of getting free schooling and all the stuff that she's gotten land. You get what I'm saying? It's been a ruse.
Right.
And we want to straighten the truth up about it. But
that
may be open because
we need to go camping.
Well, no, we
Camping or telling the history.
I have two great grandparents
Yeah,
that
camping or telling the history.
that are on the dollars.
When we used to come out there,
So
we
it's
used to
just that we
fish.
never took advantage of doing these things, you know. But no, people need to learn how to farm. They need to learn how to fish. They need to learn how to survive when you don't when the power gets turned off. You need to learn how to. You get what I'm saying? You need to learn how to put ingredients together, chemicals. You get what I mean? To make stuff. And we don't have that survival tactic. So anybody that's giving that up, I would promote that.
I mean, how many people do you know how to start a generator? And you think about simple things like that. That's the first use of a survival when you have no electricity.
Right.
That's not something. That's another thing that they don't teach, you know, in schools. So
Oh,
you got
no.
to teach it at home.
They don't want to teach.
I learned this just being in construction, but I think if you made different groups that can go live, I think she'll be a good candidate because she got the voice, she got the ambition. I could feel it across the table.
Come on, let's go camping.
She had set the tone.
You gonna come with us?
It wouldn't be hard. It wouldn't. No, I'm serious. Listen, it wouldn't be hard. Like here, like I'm from Chicago. I didn't know about that much about nature. The few people that tried to get me into nature, I passed that up so I could DJ on the radio or I could hustle, and so I passed it up. But there's a lot of people around that would want to learn and go fishing. I never been fishing before.
You ever been floating? Some things floating. You get in the tube and you just float down the river. That's a form of something that come with camping. Nature. You know, I dragged him out there. He's like, man, I ain't getting in the water, man. You ain't never done it because he's from Chicago. You ain't getting in that water.
Right.
It's to look at, not to get in.
Right.
I drug him in it.
Right.
Probably had a blast after a while. Yeah.
Right.
Got to try new things.
Well, you guys ready to move on to a touchy subject?
What's that?
DEI.
All right.
DEI. I want to talk about this subject, not because it has to do with Black Philanthropy. You see that award right there?
Yeah.
Look that up. This award, who is that award supposed to go to?
Anthony Arrington.
Yeah.
Now, Anthony Arrington is mad at me. He's been mad at me, Alonda. He's been mad at me because I didn't want to vote for Kamala and my feelings on DEI. Now
what does DEI stand for, though? What does it actually
When
stand for?
do
Diversity, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
When do we ever have it? Let's answer that question. When do we ever have diversity? When do we ever have it?
We didn't benefit. The stats show that we have not benefited from
At all.
DEI or affirmative action. Okay. So this is what I was saying. Let me give a little background history. So Anthony is a DEI instructor. We came together to do this nice event. Remember, we did it last year. and he played a big pivotal role in getting me introduced to some of the people I didn't even know in civil rights, right?
Right.
Now, I told him, look, I used to be a diversity trainer. This was back in the early 90s when I first graduated with my master's, okay? I used to be a diversity trainer going into corporations and doing it. I did it for a few years, but I realized it really wasn't getting nothing done, okay? And it was new then. It was just called diversity training back then. Sensitivity training, remember that, Alonda, Marcus? Now they've taken it to DEI, which is everything under the sun, okay? Back then it was, that's when, LGBT was just starting to get in there, you know what I'm saying? And now they want to include everybody.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Pedophiles and everything I'm hearing. So I think that's one of the major problems with DEI today. But I was just reading up and they were talking about how companies have been spending the average of like $8 million a year to run a DEI program. So if it costs you $8 million a corporation like Target's to do a DEI program and you really don't have the money for it, because anything outside of sales and marketing in a company doesn't make the company money. You know that, right? So HR, training, research and development, some of them programs that companies put aside to put money in don't necessarily, it's not bringing the money in like you being the vice president of sales and you're able to get a new contract with firm. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So a lot of companies, they step back on stuff like that. So I can understand them stepping back because money's tight, right? But then again, they look at these results and feel that they can be achieved without having a program that pays $8 million a year. Now, one thing about me in business is it do got to make some smart business.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So I can see that standpoint. But when you have a relationship like me and Anthony, should our relationship end? And this is what I want to be edited out because he's gonna see and hear this. Should our relationship end because I feel differently than you?
No.
He should be here getting his award, right?
Well, no, he's at a right now. I know he's at a funeral, but I think DEI is just different for everybody.
Right.
Because it's just DEI. It does cover more than just one or two things, but in reality, is any systematic thing that they build is going to hinder certain people. And yes, if we got to put money, some companies like, oh, we put money in so we can ship their products to us, so we can have more people that look like them, so we can pay the rates, so more people will come. That was some of the excuse for that for like Target.
Right.
However, Target did not realize when they made certain statements by we're going to welcome these people to the table, and then when they drew away from the table, that their investors were going to lose money. Because now their investors like, hold on, we was all cool.
Right.
Now my money ain't coming right. I don't even want my product in your store neither. Since you took her product, since y'all took Miss Brown product out, take mine out too. Unless y'all can get my money. Since y'all ain't got her money, it look like y'all ain't gonna have my money because ain't no milk came off the shelf.
Right.
They over there, they done went to Dollar General on us.
Right.
I'm one of them. So,
but why did people get on Targets and then get on Walmart?
Oh no, because
Walmart stopped this DEI.
But Walmart,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, some of these companies been stopped DEI.
Well, first of all, people are still learning about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm even learning about it.
Okay.
And when I say learning, right in this room outside of CNN, I'm learning. So it's like this is new. Everybody ain't afraid of change, but you have to know what you're learning, just so you'll know what you're talking about. Because I don't like to talk about nothing I don't know for sure.
Right.
And me learning this and it's all this is new. What it's been less than 3 weeks?
What DEI? No,
shut it down or since what?
Well, since
it's gotten a lot of attention.
Because it's been going on.
Right.
It's been going on for the last 10 years or
more. Right.
Since it's really been brought to the light within the past year, and even more.
I'm gonna say the last two elections it's brought more to light.
Right.
Because when you look at school boards or any entity,
Right.
it exists.
Right.
When they say we're all equal,
Right.
when they say equal, that's a form of it. Like we're
Right.
all equal. We're not going to judge you off race, sex, religion,
Right.
but we still do it.
Right.
And we just got to say we're not going to do that anymore.
Right.
DEI was the replacement for affirmative action.
Yeah.
That's what it was mainly set up.
All right. Yeah, I gathered that.
It's another
gathered
word
that.
for it.
Right.
Because
affirmative action didn't work, you know.
I would fire you because they don't like the color of your hair.
Right. I know that.
Right. But they tell you, oh, we're all equal to the same job. They've been doing that equal opportunity,
Well,
you know,
right.
but we ain't all equal. I
Right.
can have better credentials than you,
right.
and that don't mean nothing.
Right.
You know, it doesn't mean much. Because now they're saying, basically saying, every business has to have people of color. That's what they were trying to push. Every business has to have a person of color, a person of like some disability demographic, another demographic, and cover all. They gotta fill everybody in.
Right.
Now they're saying we don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to do that anymore. And our governor signed for us to not have to do it at all, anything.
Right.
Well, that'll be less than 4 years.
And I
He
can
won't
see.
be around that
No,
long.
our governor did
The
that.
governor
you
did
have,
that.
You had
Yeah.
a federal, that's what,
Right.
we
But
don't
she
teach
may
that.
not even be around that long.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah, we got another
don't get me
vote coming.
started on her. There's a
She
lot of
great.
stuff that I could say, but at the end of the day, there's only so much that we can do. But I am the type, if I find out that certain things is not supported that I believe in, I'm not gonna even go there. I'm not gonna even go in there. I'm
You're
not
not
gonna go
gonna
spend
go
my
over
money.
there?
I'm not gonna go spend my money at Walmart when they're not gonna let union workers like me build it or help build it and make money.
That
Right.
exact statement, Walmart, when you think about it, Walmart, like what we got here, Walmart, Fairway, Aldi, Hy-Vee,
Right.
the more grocery stores. We ain't got to save a lot no more here.
Right.
Mhm.
It just disappeared.
Right. Well, he retired.
Right.
And once he retired, somebody had to come to the table and say, hey, no, Jim.
Right. Let me buy it.
Right.
Nobody did that, right?
Right.
So he said, I'm done. Take it. I made my money. I'm retired. My community's
Right.
grown.
Right.
I'm done. I held this community down. Now that community has now one less grocery store, right? But each one of those stores are largely owned. When you go in Fairway, how many black people you see? Exactly. When you go in Hy-Vee, how many black people?
Yeah. So I think this and it actually makes power. They just want to be able to change how you tie your shoes or how you do this. And all along, they're not thinking about everybody. But at least, and nobody can constructively put groups together or put certain people together to make certain things change because we can literally talk to we blue in the face. Once you educate, you see what people need and put the people in place. Like just said, Alanda, she didn't help me before. Behind the scenes, plenty times, she know the people that can actually help. I don't know the people that can help. Actually, this morning, I almost seriously fell off into uh, taking a chance on a lady I never even met a day in my life to help me with business funding. And all along, the more I asked her, the more she's trying to convince me that she not fake and that she real. And I'm reading between the lines, and I'm saying certain stuff to be like, wow, it's like you better be glad I can't get up on her.
Yeah.
You gotta have that in between line where it's because, like we were talking about earlier, everything's at the fingertips.
Right.
I can make anything seem like anything. I
Right.
can make it sound like I'm in a call center right now.
Right.
I can download an app and change my voice.
Right.
So it's like if I read off the screen, I can pull up any company's employee handbook online.
Right.
So if I want to pretend to know this company, pull it up.
Right.
And I can scan it.
Right.
But you're not a large company, so it's a little harder.
Right.
You know
But it's
what I
just
mean?
you trying to figure things out. But today we're here to learn
Right.
and
That-
gather as much information as we can.
Yeah,
give.
because business development, for some reason, people think of scamming.
They do.
They think of cheesiness and, people just scamming. So, but I don't want to get off onto that because we talked about that earlier. I want to stay on DEI for a while, okay? Even though you're learning what DEI is, you know what DEI is, right? Okay.
I'm learning and so what it will.
Introduce yourself, young man.
Be honest, I work for myself on the business. I own a subcontractor company. We build office furniture.
Okay.
So I've been running the business since 2019. I've been in the trade since 2010.
Okay.
Furniture. So it's been a blessing for me. I'll tell you that. You know what I'm saying? How I started off with my business, I was working for a company, and then I got taught the business side pretty much by a black man that I met in Minnesota.
Okay.
And so he had the same type of company. He was getting subcontracted by the company that I was working for. And I was telling him, like, man, I'm about to quit. I'm about to go back to school, get me a welder's license. He was like, man, you got too many years in it, so you got a lot of knowledge. You just need to do it a different way. And so he taught me how to do the business side. And so I quit my job, and they hired my company right away to start working for me.
Oh, that's a wonderful thing.
So it's a blessing. So I kind of like hit the ground running. I started business because I've been in the industry for so long. I know a lot of people on different sides of it. And so once I started the business, it was really intriguing because they see my face as the person that's always going to work.
Right.
So
Congratulations. I didn't know that you guys have been working together to get that rolling. You got to send me some more information so we can promote that as well.
I'm the only black one in Iowa.
Only really? Out of how many people?
Well, throughout the state, I don't know any other black owner on this side of the state that I do. So that's why I'm like trying to teach more black men to trade as well. So I've been doing it over the years as well, teaching more black boys skill.
Yeah, because they don't know. I mean,
How to work a drill.
baby. Yeah. Ain't that something?
Simple too.
Yeah.
How to work a
That's
screwdriver.
Yeah,
a
simple
wrench.
tools.
Isn't that something? Wow.
Instead of teaching them on YouTube how to, do something stupid.
Yeah.
Which is
And teach them how to be professional too, because we live in Iowa, so we go to a different. We work all over Iowa. So we go into all the small towns, and so you have to teach them how to be professional as young black men going into these white establishment, white businesses that's paying us. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us crazy looks because we're getting subcontracted by these bigger companies.
Right.
But we're pretty much a face that's going to work.
Okay.
So of course we get strange looks, but we all look different. You know what I'm saying? From them.
And they don't expect for somebody black to be walking up there
Exactly.
with a job where it took education, training. You get what I'm saying? You have the
And then
know-how.
they find
how
out
to do- And I'm sure you find that
Yeah.
too, because you work in construction trades too.
But I do it with a smile. As much
Yeah,
as I can.
yeah,
As much as you can.
right, right.
You know, but like I tell the guys, like I teach them to just continue, keep working like somebody always watching. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
once we get the job done and we finish at the end of the day, they don't do nothing but praise us.
Right,
You
right.
know? So,
And hopefully you get more referrals out of that. So,
I mean,
but
absolutely.
the entrepreneur side of it is also very intriguing because you're your own boss, right? Okay. And that was the main thing I wanted to be entrepreneur.
to be your own
When
boss.
I got out of college, you know what I'm saying? I was like, man, I was doing the corporate run thing, working for Cargill, Carlson Company, Ecolab, you know what I'm saying? Doing this thing. And I was like, man, I got to work for myself. You know, that's the entrepreneurship. So I became an entrepreneur early, 23, 24 years old. You're making money off of, you know what I'm saying? There's a joy in that. And,
Right.
and you don't get that satisfaction. I think Alonda could attest to that, because she did the thing. Is there, Alonda?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Kind of broke up. What did you say?
But I
I
want to
was
get back on the DEI stuff.
okay.
She can't hear you.
What's going on?
Let me
Can
see.
you hear
Hold on.
me? Can't unmute.
Yeah, I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Marcus, are you there? Why don't you give an I want to know what you think about
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Because I don't think you can hear me.
in 2025.
Can y'all hear
Why
Alonda? Because I can hear Alonda.
Can you hear me?
have people
I can.
Oh,
just
okay. Go ahead.
completely turned it off now?
So, okay. Why have people turned off against DEI now? Is that what you're asking?
Can you hear us, Marcus?
I can.
Yeah, can
Yes,
you
I
hear
can
us?
hear you.
Okay. I think she should definitely do your work.
No.
Because you're highly educated. A lot of us really don't be at the time. But right, right. We don't have to get paid with the other side.
Mess your head up, don't it?
That's what that's the
And that's the
purpose
purpose
of it. You know
of
what
it.
I'm saying? Because the website, you can't even detect
You don't even know who I am.
You know what I'm saying?
Got a white man on there
Looks
painting the
professional,
wall.
looks business. 'Cause
Yeah.
honestly, that's what we need to know.
Right.
I like this. This is real clean cut. Oh yeah,
And you can tap on it and message if you say I want to contact you, it comes
Yeah.
directly to the
Chat.
That's
Yeah.
extremely, and that's how you want it to be, just like.
That's what I said.
But we don't.
Excellent work.
We,
Yeah, I'm glad that we have a connection too, because I have tons of work for Daryl. You know, I can keep Daryl busy.
I like that.
So yeah, but Alonda, can you hear now? Marcus, can you hear? Okay. I
I can hear you.
subject matter for about another 15 minutes. I want
All
to
right.
talk more thoroughly about DEI. Why is it, in your opinion, that they dropped it? People are getting upset now. You know what I'm saying? All of this thing, and you know, my opinion is that it has changed since I was a diversity trainer. That was back in the late '80s, early '90s. You get what I'm saying? There's just more inclusions, and there's a lot of, I don't know, I guess stuff to make people feel a little uncomfortable at times. And you know, I mean, give me your opinion because you're in Iowa. You know what the governor did here.
So,
You know, you
so diversity, div- diversity never really been a thing, right? Diversity is always, to me, diversity training should be for the folks that have been in a place of systemic racism. They are to be trained about diversity, right? We know where we fit in the grand scheme of things. So it's all about, so to me, is white superiority, and diversity has never been a thing. I think the diversity worked in the favor of white women and others. When I go to places that had diversity training or diversity type fairs and attracting diversity, whatever, is never really, it's still, we're still the minority in the room. Diversity to me has never really been, I'll put it this way. They'll fill their quota about putting one or two of us in the whole 1,000 employees, and you will see about 5 of us. And a lot of times the diversity to them is to make sure that they hire, and but moving forward and working, you got to work twice as hard as everybody else. So DEI was only, to me, a quota. That's it. It would fill a quota. But DEI was mostly, that benefited, to me, white women. Because every time you go somewhere, you see diversity, you're going to see folks that it ain't black, it ain't Hispanic. And if it's Hispanic or Asian, they're very leaning towards the Eurocentric features, right? So when it comes down to us, we never really seen affirmative action only worked in certain cases. Then when we do it, when we hire and we're being like black this, black, Black History Month, black owned businesses, and celebrating that, white people get a little upset and saying, well, where's the diversity? Like, you do know this is why we're doing it, because there's no diversity where you say is diversity, is there still isn't. There's still a lot of brilliant people that go to school, black people, doctors, lawyers, all of that. They still do not have that way in, because they already filled their quota. So you have to go and start your own. So out of necessity comes what? Innovation. Like, we have to be inventive and innovative to even get into the race. So the DEI has never really been an advantage for us. It is supposed to be a training. To me, I get what you're saying, Michelle. When you went in training, you were training the people on, this is why you have to pull all this out, to stop looking at trying to put up all these people around you to make you comfortable. Then when a black person of education and status and all of these things behind them and on their resume, they feel a little uncomfortable. And to me, DEI only worked on the behalf of the people that they felt that they could surround themselves with, because corporations need a bunch of yes people. And a lot of anybody are not yes people. So there's a lot of us that push back on this, bottom line. This, everything is a corporate structure, and the DEI to me never worked. It never worked. Affirmative action never worked. I worked in corporate America, and when I got a job, my promotions only went so far. Got a degree, because they say you get a degree, you can move up. That degree never did anything. I'm mad I did it. I'm mad I went back to school, but it never advanced me to where I needed to go, where I was trying to go. So the DEI was just a thing. Again, I'm keep using the word performative. It's performative, and it only works in certain cases where they need you. As far as Target is concerned, Walmart is concerned. Walmart, a lot of folks wasn't really going to Walmart. I mean, I don't understand why it was a big push on Target, why it happened, but I always saw it as an excuse to get rid of their BIPOC brands. To me, that was an attempt to just remove them off the shelves so they can do something else. And they didn't understand the impact of removing and what was going to happen. So I really believe that the DEI, far as in the corporate structure, is not really, it's a thing. I don't understand why all of a sudden it's a big thing. It's not like they've been enforcing it and using it in the first place. And I don't understand.
In my opinion,
yeah.
Why, I think, remember when a couple of years ago they was letting the LGBT read the kids and stuff in the library and the transgender. I think that has a big play in and thinking about some of the policies that have been passed these last few years and what they've been allowed to do. I think it has a big play, because I know when I was a diversity training, coming in from the perspective of being a Black woman, right? The Black and the color thing was never a big issue. You get what I'm saying? Versus some of the practices and policies that they want to pass that will extend over to everybody. Now that's just my opinion. And I think a lot of people have had enough of it so that it is not as popular anymore. You get what I'm saying? It's not as a great thing to be. Also, I think that, and we know this to be true, that there is a push for more identity kind of politics, I want to say, versus more everybody being under the sun of one and some being left out.
So it's like so is it like identity politics, basically? It's like, why can't we just get away from identity politics? Is that what we're kind of like? DEI has that been a part of the structure, identity politics? You know what I mean?
I think that is the thing that too DEI will never do, is because everybody coming from a certain cultural group, right, background, should feel proud of their heritage or feel proud of who they are regardless. Their difference, right? That's what we taught. Your difference counts, right? So I don't think we can ever move away from these identity politics that DEI and certain other types of training programs try to eradicate. So identity politics meaning like, well, go ahead, Marcus. I'll let Marcus wants to say a few things.
Yeah, so there's a few things. It's like, one, I'd like to mirror a number of things that Alonda said about the actual, well, and yourself, Michelle, about the actual benefits of DEI. Most of those programs, from the original affirmative action and DEI programs since, yeah, they have been, shall we say, engineered to serve various types of people: white women as a specific point, veterans as a specific point, and actually some rural communities, and of course folks that were dealing with disabilities. Those were the groups that actually had their claims re-upped. So when you look at the time period of Clarence Thomas over the EEOC, you'll note that the claims of discrimination that were brought for Black people, especially Black men, were either dismissed or downplayed, and those that were put forward by white women at the time were championed, were carried forward. So when you have the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission, headed by somebody whose purpose is to ensure that it works a certain way, you get a lot of those points. One thing I will say in regards to, and this is a slight pushback, apologies, Michelle, but one thing I would say about the whole trans folks story time kind of concept is like, we all know about story time. We all know that, people volunteer to it's like older folks usually would volunteer to read to kids, right? It's just a thing people do. Trans people decided they wanted to do it, and then some people pushed back and said, no, you're not normal, so you don't get to do this. And here's the thing, this is just ordinary people doing an ordinary thing. They got attacked, and then some people on the left decided, we're not going to just leave them out in the cold, we're going to push back against them being attacked.
Right.
And everybody's taken that to be, the woke mob has decided that trans people grooming children is a thing we're going to champion. No, we said these people are being attacked. We don't think that's right, and so we set out to stop it. We actually said something to try and stop it, and that's really all the clamor that ever happened. Is normal people did a normal thing. So some other people went no, and then we went, wait, no, they're ordinary people doing an ordinary thing. Let them. And that was the whole situation there. But it made lots of news. So
in your opinion, there are only like a couple of instances that got propaganda.
Oh yeah, just like the trans sports issue.
Yeah.
They did a thing just a little while ago where they took account of how many athletes were in the NCAA. So the college athletic associations, there's 550,000. They found 10 trans people. 10. So every news story you've ever heard covered maybe 10 people.
Right. Okay.
Maybe 10. This is not a thing.
Right.
Okay, just to give you an idea, trans people constitute 0.6% of the population. That's less than 2 million people.
Yep.
Of every age. This is not a thing.
Yes.
They're not coming for your children. And there aren't enough of them even if they were, and they're not. So I think we can slide off of that.
Right.
I didn't even want to get into that there. It's like,
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The point I would say more than anything else around DEI processes is that they were intended in we were beginning to work on them in the late 70s. They were built in the 80s. And in the 80s, and I pardon every entirely reasonable feminist for what I'm about to say, in the 80s, we were trying to get jobs for Black men. That was what was happening at the time. Men were most of the workforce in the early 80s. I apologize, but that's what we were doing. At that time, we were trying to get jobs for Black men. And then we did two things. Feminists who at the time were partly white supremacist, if I'm not going to be too hard a point on it, wanted to put Title IX in so that they could get white women into that process. Okay. It should have been that it's just another cog in the process, and it should have helped kind of everybody coming up. And then they put Clarence Thomas at the top of the EEOC, and that turned it into a system to change those processes into exactly what they wanted. And it became almost a white supremacist system. It became, okay, we'll help white women, we'll help white veterans, we'll help white disabled people. But all you Black people? No. And that's what happened. And then when people started complaining, what began to happen is every group of people that started complaining got called their own form of identity politics. And that's where that locks back in. Identity politics is politics. White identity politics is what we call ordinary, everyday politics. That's where it comes from. And then everybody else having an issue around their identities, they want to label it identity politics and say it's bad. It's just politics. Politics is both local and personal. Everybody wants to deal with their own personal vision. Now, don't get me wrong. I have an entirely different request of everybody, which is try and think of the other people who are important in your life when you're making some of your political decisions. If you want to know, that's based off of Plato's Politeia. If you want to look it up, feel free. Talk to me anytime you want to about it. But the difficulty is with everybody going for their own, you can easily get labeled, oh, this is just identity politics, and slip it over to there. If people were acting and making political decisions to serve as many or everybody, if you were taking more of the big picture of everybody in your circles into account when you were making decisions, one, we would never have Donald Trump in office ever again. We wouldn't have had him this time. So many people, met up with their friends and colleagues and all those kind of people. Said, hey, how could you not think of me? He's going to do terrible things to me. How could you not think of me when you voted for this man? And it's because we taught them all to think only of their own self-interest. Think of who is excluded in those moments. I'll cut this off. This will be my last thing. Think of who is excluded in those moments. School children, they're not allowed to vote. So the teachers, instead of voting and doing commentary for the school children, they're voting for on their own, and the children don't have any. The parents, they're voting for their self-interest. How about prisoners? How about people in prison? They're in government institutions, and they don't get to make any decisions or even comment on it in a public sphere. There are so many institutional players or people who are under those institutional circumstances who do not get to participate in the political system, and with nobody thinking about them and nobody contributing in their name, they get left behind. So those are some of the thoughts I have on DEI and identity.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about DEI.
See you later, Jason.
All right, see you later.
See you
Hey,
later. Thank you,
the
Jason.
conversation is about to really get heated. It's about to happen for real. I might tune back in. You might see what up is on. You might put 3 up there in a minute.
Yeah. Go ahead and introduce yourself, DJ. We're live. We're live.
Oh, Teacher Doolin.
DJ Doolin, what in your
Retired now. I'm retired.
That's
Retired.
right. Say it, Uncle Diddy.
You retired what?
I'm retired.
You're retired.
It's a blessing.
Yeah, you're retired. I don't have no more titles too.
Don't say that too loud. She might not like that.
Retired what?
Yeah, that's all
You're
good.
retired everything.
Okay.
Retired loud stuff.
All right, and then you are sir back there. Can we even see you on the camera?
What?
You gotta move over here somewhere, I think.
Why?
There you go.
Why?
All right, there we go.
I'm Aaron Doolin. And you can call me Reverend or whatever, it don't make a difference. I'm a minister. So,
Okay, that's it. Your
Oh,
long life Cedar Rapidian. What do you guys call yourselves here? Cedar Rapidian. Okay. And
what are you talking about? And Michelle is my cousin, so I know something. Yeah. I'm Michelle cousin. Yeah. Hey, when they was little, they told them they was bringing them here, and they thought they was coming to see the rabbits. Go see the rabbits. Rabbits. They didn't realize they was coming to see the rabbits where he folks is from.
okay, we have a long history of family being in Iowa. Okay?
Yeah.
My mom was born in Waterloo, Iowa, lived in Cedar Rapids, and we got a long history. But see, when I tell people that I'm going to Cedar Rapids, they be like, are there black people in Cedar Rapids? Because they don't think that there's a black history. And I think it's good to be here to show other people that there are, you know what I'm saying? There is community here. Black people have been here since
Buxton, Iowa.
Buxton, Iowa. There you go. Okay?
Yeah.
And Buxton, Iowa sits off of 63, which runs through Waterloo, which Waterloo is supposed to have what? Third largest black population in Iowa?
No, they have the
So-
largest black population per capita.
Per capita.
Per
There you
capita,
go.
the size of the city, it has more black people than any city in the state.
Right.
For the size of the city.
But
But
the
they don't have,
size of the
the most
city.
black people.
They don't
Yeah,
got
they
the
don't
most
have-
black
right.
people.
Des Moines has the most black people.
Des Moines, right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you count the black people in Des Moines. Des Moines is a lot larger. It's
Right.
the largest city.
It's the largest
Right.
state in Iowa,
Right.
largest city in Iowa,
Exactly.
capital.
Right. And we also have another very historical tradition of being Native Black Americans. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is something we're going to start talking a lot more with when we do our Juneteenth, especially this year, because people have, with the immigration issue, you know what I mean? We forgot about the Native Blacks. So just talk a little bit about that, Aaron, about,
No, what I'm actually
You know.
what I'm actually going to tell you is going to be coming up on. It's going to be a documentary about Ketchit, Arkansas, and that's where my grandmother comes from. It's one of those cities, and it happened to a lot of cities and townships, across the country where the Klan and them tried to kill all the black people. My grandmother and them had to run, and she carried some of her siblings in the storm. They ran through the woods, and they left Ketchit and went to Fort Smith, Arkansas, which on the border of Oklahoma. And a lot of them stayed there. Then they went into Oklahoma, and then after Oklahoma, my mom was born in Oklahoma, and then they moved up here to Cedar Rapids, But
and that
there's a
was
lot-
in what year?
Oh man, please. When they moved here, when did your mom and them move here?
Okay, all right.
Same time.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Yeah.
19. It had to be like 19. Wait, y'all, it had to be like 1942.
No, it was before then.
No,
No,
it was before.
it would have been. So what would have been? It would have
Yeah,
been 20. It
She
would have
mom was born in 34.
been 34. So then it would have been like what? 28, 27.
Had to be before the end.
Because Papa Columbus and them was here.
When did they buy the house on 7? When did they move on 7? They lived on 7.
No, they lived.
Well,
they live on night.
Yeah.
the point I'm trying to make here is that there's a rich history here of Black people that other people forgot about, And even though you might not grown as big as a Chicago or even Minneapolis in that case, there still is a history here. Now, most of the people that you have coming here now are from where? Chicago,
Tennessee,
Mississippi,
Mississippi. Yeah.
Oklahoma.
They come from a lot of
They
places.
come.
They sending folks here. Matter of fact, they got billboards in Chicago telling them to come here. They got that anymore?
No.
They just pass off flyers.
They took them down. They be seeing our plates.
That was after they closed to Pretty Green.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
that's been a
my
while.
wife come out of Cabrini Green, my ex-wife.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move on. We got a guest in the back room. Are you ready, Dimitri? Are we able to bring Dimitri up? So we have a serious guest in the room. His name is Dimitri Kasanstov. He's I'm gonna let him introduce himself. I like for you guys, we're gonna have to bring one up and bring one down because we don't have. Dimitri works with, today we're talking about Black Philanthropy, okay, among other things. And this is our second time we've had a discussion on philanthropy. But we're talking primarily today on administrative corruption because there's been a lot of corruption going on in the nonprofit world, okay? I don't know if if you guys heard about the Feeding the Future case, which is the biggest one for misappropriation of COVID funding. They got $250 million, primarily Somalis, with a white female who led them, who's on trial right now, where they stole all this money, saying they were feeding these kids, right? And they got $250 million. And Dimitri can tell you more about that story because he works with standards and nonprofits. But so, Dimitri, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. When Michelle said, okay, we've got a serious guest now, I was like, okay, wait a second. Has the whole tone changed here? Because you all seem like pretty relaxed, Saturday afternoon relaxed, and I don't want to change that. So I appreciate the invitation. I also like to know who my audience is. So like I see you all on screen around the table, and we're patching in from there. Who else is like in the background here, or is this kind of like this, intimate conversation right here?
Well, we have the former executive director of the NAACP of Cedar Rapids in Omaha here.
Okay.
His name is Diedrich Doolin. That is his brother, Aaron, who also works with Black Men Cedar Rapids. Don't you work with?
Work with kids. We're going to
kids.
going
All
to the
on
school.
snapping.
Call on snapping. It's patented by my cousin Virgil Goody.
Right.
Okay.
So you're technically not retired then. You guys technically aren't retired then.
I am who? I'm not.
Okay. Then we have Daryl, who's our technician. This is his place. He owns We Dream 2, which he works with kids as well, teaching them computers, robotics. And so this is his studio that we're utilizing today. Thank you, Daryl. And we're going to have a long-lasting relationship with Daryl. This is their business owners. This is Courtney and Dion. And he runs, go ahead, office, equipment.
We build office furniture. We subcontractors. And so our business is basically we get subcontracted out by the furniture dealerships here, the office furniture dealerships to help them on projects throughout the state and other states as well. So we've been doing it for a while now. And we continue trying to continuously grow our business as well.
Yeah. And then Marcus Mills, who's in the background, he is our Investor 2024 Investor Award winner. So I came to Cedar Rapids for two reasons. One, for the conference, and two, to give out the awards, because most of the awards went to people that, are in Cedar Rapids. Except Marcus is in Minnesota. Marcus is with Black Visions, which I think you've heard of Black Visions. So they have been a sponsor of ours and, been supporting Bob Rewards for the last couple of years. So I treasure the relationship. But Marcus himself is in policy in the state of Minnesota. So he's part of the governor's commissions and all of that kind of stuff. So he's a policy person. I don't know. Can we get Marcus back up on it as a third screen?
Yes.
Thank you. But the discussion I want to have, because we invited Dimitri in November, because we're doing 4 of these workshops of Black philanthropy. Number one, most of our philanthropy has gone down. We don't do as much mentoring like we used to. And then most of the philanthropy we have is secular, going into the church, and a lot of us go to the church. So since COVID, philanthropy, actually, the volunteerism has gone down 30%. I don't know if you know that, more than 30%. But, we're all in our own world or whatever, but, we need it, and Black-owned businesses need it, right? We need to teach people like this young man his craft, getting some Black men under him to learn how to work tools, right? Okay, because a lot of, So we kind of been having this discussion all day, on and off. And so Dimitri couldn't get up last time, but I'm gonna let him explain what he does, and then you'll understand why he's here. Okay, go ahead, Dimitri.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Thanks, Michelle. Am I good on audio myself? Okay.
You're good.
All
I
right.
can hear you.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, my name is Dimitri Kasan-Stull. I'm program director at Charities Review Council. And I had planned on doing kind of like a presentation format of what we do, but I think I'm just going to set that aside because no one needs to look at a PowerPoint right now. You can get all that stuff online. It's super easy if you go to smartgivers.org. I'll give a quick rundown of who we are, what we do, but I'll just set the 15-minute presentation aside because it's not going to be as engaging as this conversation. So the organization is a Minnesota-based organization, Charities Review Council. And basically what we do is we work with nonprofit organizations to go through a review process with us. After they've gone through this review process that looks closely at their financial practices, their governance practices, their fundraising, and their overall transparency, they get a kind of a seal. So we're like an accreditation nonprofit that works with other nonprofits. So that's what we do. It's what we've been doing since just after World War II. We've got good name recognition locally, meaning in Minneapolis, Greater Metro Twin Cities, some presence nationally, but we're mostly associated with Minnesota. But in this world of virtual presence, we can still do what we do. And in fact, 95% of what we do is online. So the review process I was telling you about is cloud-based. We have another tool for organizations that we offer, which is on DEI, and we can come back to that conversation. I would love to. So we have these two tools. They're mostly cloud-based. So it really doesn't matter that much from that perspective where we are. However, I'm a Minneapolis person. I'm a South Minneapolis person. I have been for a long time. I happen to be in Orange County, California, which is a side story. Again, not that interesting, but that's where I am pinned down for the moment. I know people in Minnesota, midwinter Minnesota, they're like, "You're stuck out there," but this is where I am right now. So, kind of interesting to compare and contrast living out here from a demographic standpoint with being in South Minneapolis. There's a lot to be said there. But that's it. Just by introduction, I'll just say that's who we are. That's what we do. I manage this program that organizations work through to get this seal. And so it gives me an opportunity to work with a lot of terrific organizations, nonprofits that I know Michelle and maybe Daryl, Minneapolis-based people will recognize. Black Visions. I'm sorry, not Black Visions. The philanthropic organization that has just joined our review process. The name's not coming to me, but it's a thank you.
Black Philanthropy.
Yes, thank you. Has joined our review process. Northside Achievement Zone has been working with us for a long time. Cookie Cart. So the organizations across the gamut. You're talking about identity politics before, across identities, across focus areas, everything from youth to homelessness to economic development. Any organization that's a nonprofit and interested in working with us is welcome to do it. The fee is nominal. We make it affordable because we know we're working with nonprofits. And And yeah, so that's what we do. I want to make sure
Kind
that
of
I tie
like,
in what I'm sharing with the larger conversation. So go ahead, Michelle. What were you going to say?
oh, I was just saying, you're just kind of like the BBB for nonprofits, then, basically.
That's the best way. As far as name recognition, that would be a good way to describe what we do. Yep. Yep.
Well, and I found Dimitri, his company, from the Attorney General's office. So
Okay.
the Attorney General of Minnesota recognizes the company as being great to help nonprofits. But we kind of strike up a conversation first on the phone about best practices. And that is my biggest concern when talking about philanthropy. And as we see, we have all these corruption cases coming out everywhere. People are stealing money here, money there. And I even have concerns about how much money should go back for the cause. So I guess if we were to look back, what, 100 years ago from today, 150 years ago, when you heard the word philanthropy, what did you think about then? And how much money was attributed to the cause versus what we're seeing today, where we have these high overhead costs administratively, 90% of a budget as we're hearing, right? Like with this USA ID, 90% of their budget was administrative costs, didn't go to the cause. I mean, what do you think about that, Dimitri? And what standards should we have?
Yeah. I'm glad you asked that. Things are moving so fast right now. People moving fast and breaking things at the top right now. And among the things that they are breaking are the questions about the validity of standards at all. Institutional standards, period, end of sentence. So that makes people in our line of work ask questions like, oh, okay, well, at this moment, is it more important to have agreed upon standards for different types of organizations, or has that all gone out the window? So as Minnesotans like to say, things are interesting right now, or an interesting time. So to tie it back to what Michelle's saying, a couple things. One is that it sure doesn't help any nonprofit when there's a so-called bad apple in the barrel. So all nonprofits are punished in some way for the sins of the few. That's just the reality. So the Feeding Our Futures story that Michelle alluded to, that's just hard on the sector. It's unfortunate that happens, but it does. It's the kind of thing that feeds these stories about how about fraud and waste that Marcus was talking before about how you can take a small piece of a picture and blow that up into the reality, the way the public at large perceives the whole thing. And so it's very easy for that to happen. This kind of storytelling gone wild. That being said, there is real fraud. There is real corruption. The Feeding Our Futures thing was a textbook example of sudden money being abundance of money and that being exploited in the moment by people who want to use an opportunity to enrich themselves rather than the communities that they're supposed to work for. So it's a really unfortunate thing. That kind of enforcement is not what we do. We're a voluntary process, but it is what Attorney General Ellison's office does. They do it very well. And so I think maybe that was the connection for Michelle, was at the AG's office. May have referred to us because we are working with a lot of organizations that work at the grassroots level in different types of service through nonprofits. So, so we let the AG's office do what they do. They do it very well. They're more of a watchdog. We are more of a lift up and celebrate organizations doing the right things in the right way. So that's our relationship to AG's office. Yes.
So what should that amount be?
It's like the question, you know, when donors call our organization, if they start digging anywhere, it's in that question of what should the ratio be between program operations and spending on administrative or overhead. And so we are a standards organization. We work with rules, yes, but we also know that for every rule, there may be 5 exceptions. And so we do have a benchmark where we say, generally speaking, under normal circumstances, most organizations should be hitting about 70% spending on programs and 30% on administrative and overhead, and so on. So that's like just a raw number, but it's a benchmark. It's not a good ruler. It's not the only determination of how good an organization is. It is a pointer, a signal, a hint. If it's wildly off, if it's 90, 10, 90 spending on programs and 10% administration, well, from one perspective, that could be a good thing, because clearly this organization is not out there working to enrich the executives, the people at the top, the executive director, what have you. But at the same time, they may be starving for staff or infrastructure, or they may not be sustainable at that rate. So there are different reasons that ratio may be off. And so we acknowledge that, we work with that. And if an organization is 90-10 or is 65-35, we just ask why. It doesn't mean they don't get our seal or complete our process. We just try to understand better. And that process of understanding better helps them ask sometimes tough questions of their own organization. But that's it, right? So Marcus, it's just basic accountability. It's just basically it's codified common sense. That's what I think of as what we do. It's codified common sense. So just to take an example of some of our standards. One of them is that in this nonprofit, do you have a conversation on a regular basis about how much your CEO or your executive director gets paid? It's one of our requirements. Do you have that conversation on a regular basis? Once a year, do you look at how the person at the top gets compensated for the work they do? Is it part of the conversation about their performance? And does it reflect reality? Is their salary calibrated to what other people in nonprofits are getting at that level, right? So it's a benchmark. I would say that a healthy organization has that conversation, and I would say it's common sense. You just look at, it's just what are people getting paid here and why? To avoid different kinds of hurt that can happen, ultimately, different kinds of hurt or vulnerability that happen to organizations that don't ask that question. So to bring it down to the level of, what are some of other standards? There's the ratio of program to admin. There's looking at their governance structure. It's looking at their board members, and do you have policies in place that keep them from doing self-dealing? right? So
Mhm.
your organization is made up of these members. Can they attest to the fact that your organization is not like paying them, or if they are, why? Again, you know, can they vote on things that would stand to benefit them in some way? Conflict of interest, common sense, but you would be surprised. So it's a backstop. You would be surprised that some organizations, they just don't have that in place, and it just should be. That's what we think. That's kind of like as far as we take our shoulds, is like this is something that should be there. You know, if a house is built in a certain way, the joists should have certain dimensions and so on to hold it up.
Right.
So these are kind of structural things. They're not headline grabbers. It's not terribly sexy, but it shouldn't be. It's stuff that happens for the most part in the background until it's not. So we are in that way kind of like helping organizations kind of be safe and conservative, even if the substance of what they do is maybe badass. They may be advocating. They may be out there working for the most marginalized people amongst the homeless, youth, whatever. They can be doing really hard, tough work in the trenches, but the infrastructure is just got to be sound. What's supporting that work? So
Yeah,
I would,
because how can you call it philanthropy if you're not really given to a cause? I guess that's my, my confusion on this new philanthro capitalism, I'm going to call it, that we see more in our society now. And even if, like, you have an organization, because I got to pick on the NAACP. Oh, you didn't like that. You didn't smile.
he doesn't know what to do.
I got to pick on organizations that have been here for years.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen a whole significant amount of change in some of the areas, kind of like we were talking about earlier. But then again, because they're able to get all of this money drawn in on a national level, that they can pay. What's the guy head of NAACP right now? What is he making? How much money is he making? Morari, what's his name? Huh? He's the head of the national, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, how much money is he making? He's only making 200,000. Okay. But we have even seen that creep up to a lot more than that. And so I guess them structures, I have concern about how money's trickle down. And even when we see going into our local governments, like you mentioned, National Achievement Zone, NAS, that you work with, who has had significant tons of money come through. You get what I mean? And then we still don't see the change. It's like the cause is all gone. It's like, you know what I'm saying? We've totally forgotten about the cause now, and now we're just concerned about keeping this organization alive for whatever reason, so that we can give so and so a job. You know what I mean?
So I think what I kind of piggyback off on is when we look at accountability, from what you were saying, Dimitri, how do you, from the funding perspective, how do you measure impact in comparison to the operations? And then you look at also the funds that are being redirected in reference to governing the office infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a real question. Our standards encourage organizations to look at that, and to we don't tell them what it is, but we do ask, do you look at your impacts? Do you have ways of measuring the effects of what you do, the outcomes of what you do? they are questions that donors ask legitimately. Um, there's a conversation now in philanthropy, though, um, is really do most people, the philanthropists, people with who have one way or another amassed a lot of personal wealth, um, do we really want to live in a place where they, given their lived experience, are deciding the fortunes of these nonprofits? Do they, on what basis are they giving money? To go back to your question about impacts, are they giving money because of impacts? What do they know about the lives of the people that money is trickling down to, as you say, Michelle? So so we want organizations to be accountable to the donors and philanthropies that support them. Yes, but who are philanthropies accountable to? That's private money. One way or another, they've amassed that. And so there are questions now about should philanthropy be based more on skepticism about whether or not this organization is doing a good job, or should it be based more on trust? We see you, we see what you're doing, and we believe that you're going to make good use of this money, and everything in between. So it's a conversation, and yeah, but the facts are, as you said, Michelle, philanthropy is down, and it's down because of mistrust, and because people have less money. That's part of it, for sure. They are spending more on eggs, so they feel they have less to give.
Right. And then also though, but what's the reason for why we don't engage with each other too, with mentoring and volunteering our time? I mean, you can't call that all on COVID. I mean, there's got to be a level, like you said, is it gun violence? Is it, is it that whole thing of being afraid of trusting to be around people? You guys chime in on this. What do you think? Why aren't we helping each other out more, volunteering? I mean, it's down. Everything is down. We're not engaging.
I think you're right. By the way, my name is Selenia.
Yes, Selenia.
So I think from building up from what Michelle is saying, philanthropy wears many hats. It's not just giving the money, but giving the time. Um, and I think really it's just that recently in the current culture that we find ourselves in, the space that we are currently functioning, you've got families that are needing to work two jobs just to afford the regular lifestyle that they used to have. They're not willing to settle or modify their lifestyles, right? And so with the culture and the space we find ourselves functioning, with inflation at its finest, talking about the prices of eggs, I think that it has it's a ripple effect on all aspects of our lives. Because when you're doing two jobs, you don't have time for your family. Not that you started in anticipating having time for other things that matters, which is the community around you. And so it's the current infrastructure is taking away a lot from our communities, the way we used to do things. Philanthropy of just even giving your time. People are trying to buy back time and not give time. There's not enough time in the 24 hours that we find ourselves in. So what do we do and how do we change that? Maybe we start defining a different culture in a space where instead of our expectation being what it was, because let's say in the past when you go volunteer at a closet, food closet or food bank, expecting you to clock in like 8 hours that day. Maybe we change that to 2 hours shifts. So people could still give back, but they could give back at a moderation. So maybe we start thinking of rebuilding the infrastructure of what philanthropy looks like, what we can do in the time that we have available or affordable, and then see how best that everybody could take a piece of those commitments. It's like a puzzle, right? We have this big puzzle on the table. Take a piece, you become a piece of that puzzle, and let's put a picture together so that we can, as a whole, be able to unite our assets, our skills, our expertise, our passion, and make an impact in our communities.
Yeah, yeah, I really hear that and agree. I think what you're talking about, what I hear is, what do we do about that feeling that we don't have 2 hours to give? Because that's why the connection may not be happening. What do we do with that feeling of scarcity because we are spending more on eggs? How can we be together and work together and give in a selfless way when we feel so much is being taken from us? And I don't think the last couple of weeks of what's been happening is going to help anyone feel any more giving. And so the work that you're doing, Michelle, by trying to bring people together, trying to help people to be, resourceful within, in your case, within this identity-based community, makes a lot of sense to me. I want to just say as an aside within that, so this is Black-owned business, a group I would expect to be of mostly Black people, and you've invited me in to this space. So that's partly why I was asking. It was like, who is the audience, who is listening in the background? Because that's the kind of action and connection that is going to be more rare in an atmosphere of mistrust. So you've invited me into this space, but that wouldn't necessarily happen. It takes a certain amount of putting yourself out there, put a little risk, put yourself on the line a little bit. Who is this guy? White adjacent, whatever. So I just want to, recognize that.
Yeah. Well, I recognize you as an expert in what you do, whether you're Black, white, orange, or green. Okay. Diversity is a beautiful thing because we learn from each other. We learn those differences, but as an organization, Bob, people hear Black-owned business and they think, you know, that's it. The reason why we have to focus on Black-owned businesses is because, as we talked about earlier, we have the highest Black homelessness rate. We have more families that are struggling. If you look at every ethnic group, there are things that we do that are more tribal with each other that are not as beneficial, which we already had all these discussions today. And so as an organization, we have to focus on our problem, our issues versus the NAACP. I'm glad you're here so I can use this example. The people of color now, where we have in Dubuque, Iowa, an organization that is not even really dedicated to, the NAACP, to that Black community, because it's being ran primarily by people that are not Black. Do you understand what I'm saying? So as an organization, we're looking at the problems that the Black community has, whereas we can't worry about everybody else's issues anymore because we're struggling. Our people are homeless. Our people are, you get what I'm saying? This whole thing about economic development, and I think that's one of the issues we have since civil rights is that, you see our politicians and our people who are not focused on our issues. And so I just want us to be more conscious about, where we give our our talents, our expertise, and everything. So,
And your money, your talents, your expertise, and your money. Um, you,
You know what?
go ahead.
You know what? First of all, now when we're talking about the NAACP, uh, the NAACP is not made up of just black folks. And as a matter of fact, NAACP was started by mostly white people, you know, in the first place. Also, when we're talking about like Derek Johnson is an attorney, but I know him personally. See, Derek Johnson, would be making more money if that's what he did. He left that to, he was working with the NAACP before he became the head of the NAACP. And I have watched him spend money and do things for people out of his own pocket. See, now when we're talking about, and see, sometimes the media does not give the NAACP actually some credit for some things that they do. We don't, everything doesn't go to court. A lot of times we win cases, just because they know that we're involved with the situation. Then, as a matter of fact, I had a friend of mine that had been locked up for like 28 years, a lady, and what it really took was the fact that the NAACP got involved, and all of a sudden they found a way to decide to release it. See, I worked in human services, and I've watched some of them people that have been stealing money. I worked for DHS, Department of Human Services. I also worked for JTPA Promise Jobs, which used to be CETA, you know, and while those people were on the top were stealing money, and those of us that were working to help people, just like they're trying to start a program here in this city with the schools to try to get some people to go through these programs to get to learn get a skill. We did that in JTB Promise Jobs. We took those kids and we gave them skills. We paid them to go to say they wanted to work outside, work for the forestry or the streets or whatever. Usually we would ask them what their parents do because a lot of times some kids want to do what their parents did. So we was able to put them in offices in DHS or up at Kirkwood or whatever, See, so but in the meantime, there was people in Des Moines that were stealing money, and that's what shut the program down because they stole so much money that affected everybody else, So, um, and I was also part of the first urban journalism workshop in Iowa that they had at the University of Iowa. We were trying to get people involved in minorities involved in the media, and so therefore I understand the media. See, so the media is not portraying what some people are doing, and they're not really telling the truth. So some things the NAACP has done never made front page. It never was told to anybody, you know. But yet and still, they're still doing stuff. It is the oldest and the baddest civil rights organization in the country. But see, as long as they get us thinking that people ain't doing nothing and there's nobody around to do nothing and nobody to go to, that's why like right now me and my brother are involved with going into the schools and we work with the youth and we make sure that the youth understand that they didn't come from slavery. They came through slavery. They came from kings and queens. You know, we want them to know that they can be See, I've been through this myself. I'm older than I look. Cause when I was in school, the counselor wanted to tell me to take some courses and take this, cause this is what y'all do. I said, I'll tell you what you do. You tell Cora May that I can't take them because I'm taking what my mama told me because she want me to go to college. See, we need to get in here, and if we talk about philosophy and help our children, let them know because this ain't brand new what we're going through. And I don't care who the president is, but God is still on the throne. See, I got a granddaughter that don't speak to me today because I told her, I said, this ain't the first time we made a bad choice. We made a bad choice a long time ago when there was a choice between Barnabas and Jesus. We picked Barnabas. So this ain't brand new. We just need to come out the house and see what's going on. That's why, the NAACP has some things like dad takes your kid to school the first day. See, even if he ain't in the home, he needs to be involved. But they would rather take a black family and tear them apart, take the kids and put them in the foster care somewhere. And hey, when you even see them, they might not even speak to you because they don't even recognize they're black.
Hmm. Hmm. I love that. Get out of the house.
Yeah.
This just touches on a little bit of the issues. We got 10 minutes left with this live. We have a lot of new people that just came in the room. I'd like to know who some of you are. If you don't mind introducing yourself.
I am Pastor Leona Lay Williams. I am dual ministry here in Cedar Rapids. I pastor historic Bethel AME Church. I am also pastor historic uh, Buffalo United Methodist Church. So, okay, we're just leaving an event.
Yes, thank you for stopping by. So are you a native? Are you from
No.
Cedar? Where are you originally from?
St. Louis.
St. Louis, Missouri. How long you been in Cedar Rapids?
8 years.
8 years.
We're going to support Selena.
Yes. Now, Selena Dimitri is our guru winner. I don't know if you can see the awards, but we give out 4 awards every year to Bob members. So we have Apprentice, which is someone who's got great ideas and great, you're going somewhere. All of our winners, they're going somewhere. They're not like getting seed money and then business is closing down in 2 years. And then we have our entrepreneur who is that award going to Anthony Arrington, who runs a company called TopRANK, which does DEI. Okay. And then we have Selena. She's our guru. She owns multiple businesses here in Cedar Rapids. She owns a gas station, a U-Haul, and a transportation company. So we put that as a guru, somebody who can operate multiple businesses at one time. And then we have our investor, who is Marcus Mills with Black Visions. So the companies that have given us money, the most money to buy rewards, that's our investor.
Yep.
So we recognize that role as well. So, and we do this every year. Normally we do it at the MLK event, which we didn't have this year because we got so much other stuff on our plate. But I met everybody last year when we did our MLK event here in Cedar Rapids. So.
Okay. Well, that helps. That helps to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know you have limited time left. Are you still doing introductions? We had someone else.
Yeah, just a couple more introductions. I want to acknowledge the people that are come here and listen and in the room, and then we'll finish this up, close it out.
My name is Moore, and I'm a minister working alongside with my pastor.
And you, ma'am?
I'm Minister Roberson alongside with Pastor Leoma. Pastor, we just started an organization where we go out as well and feed like homeless people. So we're trying to get this organization started. In April, right there, she's one of my employees that's with me. We do go out. So right now we slacking up a little bit because of the weather, but when the weather break, we will be out there a lot more, just helping and serving the people.
Yeah. If I may, I want to kind of add to what she was mentioning about April's evening, so she's not telling. But we were celebrating young people who are progressive with their own businesses. And April is one. She is a professional photographer, so she has her own business, and we certainly want to acknowledge that and award her.
Yes. Yeah. And that's what we do as organization. Bob stands for Black owned businesses. Where we have, work with businesses for sustainability with business development programs. Would you go to bobrewards.club and learn more about the benefits? We are a nonprofit ever since the killing of George Floyd. We used to be an LLC. We became a nonprofit. So with that being said, that's what we're here for. And our greatest strength is the networking that we can do, you know. And so with Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa being the worst states for Blacks, that's how come we are here in Iowa, okay? And there are different parameters that you can look at. Why is Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa the worst states for Blacks? And so, they looked at home ownership, they looked at incarceration rates and so on. And I'm sure you can find more of that. But that's why we're focusing on these 3 states right now. We're trying to really do the work out here. So with that being said, on the nonprofit side of everything, I think you've given a lot of great feedback. I don't know, Marcus, if you want to add to anything that Dimitri said. I don't even know if you guys even met each other, but Marcus does a lot of policy work with the governor in the state of Minnesota. So do you want to add anything to that?
Actually, no. Most everything Dimitri said hit right on the head. So I don't have a lot of commentary to add other than more of the same. Yes, absolutely. Hope we have a chance to meet up and talk a little more on some of these points, because this was gold. Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
me too. Yeah, back at you, Marcus. There's something that Marcus had said that just kind of hit me, because he talked about the personal and the political and how close those live together. And so even though Michelle introduced me as an expert or an authority, I approach my job as a person. It's informed by my life. That includes things that seem very, like mundane and everyday, like, spending my money on eggs. I'm thinking about, where do I want to spend? Do I want to spend my money at Target right now? It's a question. In light of the position that they've taken, dropping their DEI practices wholesale. Earlier part of the conversation, you were talking about how this work was performative to begin with. And so, is it even something that I, as a consumer, or as a like white ally who makes decisions about, where do I want to buy my son's shoes? Should I be buying them at Target right now, at this moment? Or do I need to make a different decision based on what my own personal and political values? And so really,
why is everybody picking on Target though? What about Walmart? They dropped their DEI.
Right.
Target did some stuff too. But if we want to be real, you heard of Willie Lynch? Heard of Willie Lynch?
Yes.
So Willie Lynch in 1712, he sent out a message to slave owners and it would live for 300 years. That seems to be true. But now, the NAACP, a lot of people gave money to the NAACP during the George Floyd time.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people said they were going to give money to the NAACP, but they haven't given the money. So let's be real. Because the NAACP got a lot of money that was supposed to be given, but most people never gave the money. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people haven't given the money. But one of the things that Willie Lynch did
in 1712 is he convinced people if you get black people and you divide them all the ways you can divide them. You divide them by their color. Some are light, some are dark. You divide them by some are tall, some are short, some are fat, some are skinny. You find all the ways you can divide them, and you focus on the division. And the more time they spend dividing, and the more time they spend fighting on the division, the less time you got to worry about them. And that's still true today, because still black, light skin, dark skin, all the different complexions, we still fight over those small things. And Willie Lynch says that will still work, and it's still working.
And if I may, I just want to add something to that because we just left an event pretty much dealing with this type of thing and trying to build this type of coalition so that people can be aware of the positions that they're in and how they can creatively expand upon it so that our people won't be as impacted. One thing that we were talking about is information. Our people don't read much anymore. A lot don't know about Willie Lynch. I guess some of us that were born over a certain time, we remember about Willie Lynch. But my kids don't know. My grandbaby don't know about Willie Lynch. And so one thing in mentioning Target is just one element of focus because we have many avenues that we should be focusing on that will impact us, period. And in one of the meetings we just left, they were reminding us how the marching and how the resistance really took root back in the late 50s and 60s. They stopped supporting people who would not support them. We're talking about eggs and whatever like that. One guy said, who said that? Who said that today? That if you stop buying eggs from whatever store, they're going to bring that cost down because the money is what's important.
Right.
So if it is with a Target or Walmart, I don't shop at Target much. My daughter does, but I shop at Walmart a lot. But I have made a decision that I was not
Gonna shop there
going to
anymore.
shop at Walmart.
Even though Walmart got rid of their DEI months ago.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out why people are picking on Targets like that.
Because it's new.
It's
new.
So NWP is saying February 28th, don't buy stuff, period.
Right.
From Target, from Walmart, from all these establishments.
Right. Exactly.
It says don't buy, get your stuff, because we are going to focus on that day, February 28th.
On black-owned businesses.
Black-owned businesses, small businesses, but don't buy any. If you need to buy gas, don't buy no gas from them.
Well, we're not focusing on them because we need to understand how we won the war before. Okay. When we decided and said no, and we did it collectively, that made a difference. We should be able to now look at. I'm not watching a lot of news because they get on my nerves, but I do watch a lot of podcasts. But if we focus and understand where our strength is, our strength has always been in the finance, but we didn't want to realize it or acknowledge it because most of our people don't want to accept the fact that we are as strong today as they are financially. But we just don't know that, because we haven't been taught that. But if, yes, not just the 28th, we don't support it, we will get the type of energy where we need it to be it in Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, wherever it is. Right. When we stop spending, they start looking, because they're after the money. And when we say no more, then we will get the type of response and reaction that we need. I didn't mean to say all that, but I'm still hyped up.
Right, no, you're doing good. Go ahead. I'm glad you guys stopped by.
Yeah, I understand we're not supposed to shop at Walmart. Where's another
grocery store that we can go.
The African grocery stores.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Lots of grocery store, community grocery stores. So go to those.
Yeah, I know the African one in 60.
There's like at least 10
Yeah,
in Cedar Rapids.
it's several.
Iowa City, Coralville, they all sell the same thing. They not only sell the eggs from chicken, but you could have duck egg, you could have bird egg, you name it. You have a diversification of eggs and they're affordable.
And the other thing that I got to add to all this, I'm saying, uh, I'm from an era where we didn't have a lot. So what's going to be impacting us, we've been there before. It's the repeat. I was looking at a clip to yesterday and today. I'm from St. Louis, and so I was looking at a lot of different information out of St. Louis that I didn't know. I didn't know that St. Louis City and County had clans. I was raised there.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Red Summer there.
I did not know that we were discriminated against in the way that we were. I didn't know that they were dragging people of color up and down the streets. Not in my town. I didn't know that. I never heard of that before because I wasn't allowed to hear it. Because we were still in that era where our people were taught where you say nothing. You keep it to yourself. We cannot keep it to ourselves. That's how Nazi Germany, well, the Nazis went through in Germany. They said nothing. They just let it happen. Oh, it'll be okay. We cannot say that this time. Oh, they'll get over it. Just let him, do whatever. We can't do that this time. And I'm done because I'm sick of that.
So I'll say one last thing. I have been grateful enough to have passed my state test as a broker. And I attended that brokerage about a month ago. With that said, it's really a conversation around, like you said, how do we make our people stretch? What building wealth in our community look like? And what are we doing within our community to build generational wealth? So I tell of that to say it is a conversation that I would like financial literacy conversation that I like to have different communities, please. Like you mentioned earlier, my unit. It's really going to the homes of people and having little community conversation about what we know, what is transferable, and what they can start building into their own infrastructures to make them more talk about generational wealth. What are their plans to pass it on and forward? So I would love to follow up with you on a conversation on that and how we can have a course online and just, share that opportunity and that resource. Because this is the time and the era where we need to start acting.
Exactly. And I agree with you. What information are we passing on to our people before we get our strength? When you're talking to them, yes. But if we're still going to be running out to Walmart, Target, whatever, I got to stop the Chimu thing. I'll be on there every day, all the time. Every day. I got to stop that because that's coming out of China. And Russia supports China. And we have a lot of our new executives who support what we are doing. We don't know that. So how do we educate our people? Mr. Former NAACP president. What do we do to inform our people of that? Or what you're talking about to be part two? One, we need to say don't support nobody on February 28th. Don't go to Target. Don't go to Walmart. What else?
But before we start doing that, like Sister Maria said, we need to have a guide. Before we start telling you not to go, we need to have resources of where you can go. So that when you decide to boycott and stop going to these places, we already have an infrastructure and a system in place to redirect them. And while we're redirecting them, we're teaching them how do you make your money stretch? What are you doing to save? Because this is, like you have mentioned, this is not the first time we have been through this journey. It has happened before. What were the best practices from prior? How can we implement it now? And how can we make sure we get out of this financially and as a community?
Well, you do know we didn't get out of it financially before.
We're going to this time.
We need to this time.
Absolutely.
Before our strength was in withdrawing, but individually we did not have generational wealth as a result of the 60s. And what we did, we let them know that we're not going to pay you the money anymore. But it did not benefit us in the way that it should have. We need to make sure, just what you're talking about, to make sure that this time we're going to let you know you pay what because you pay too much.
Can I say something? Like I'm listening. I'm not from Memphis, but I thank God that I'm here. I appreciate that I'm here and read a lot about what's going on. All right? But then how do you handle? You have had groups before who always give us groups, which we didn't have. But there is always somebody in the midst that bring us down. That is a switch.
Yeah.
So then we have to, yeah, it's, when I read it and listen to history. So then we have to find ways to determine to slow. Those
Right.
people.
Well, one of the things that the grassroots talks a lot about, I know we're going over, Dimitri, if you have to go, Marcus, if you guys want to stay, we're just going to take a few more minutes. But one of the things we talk a lot about, the grassroots, the younger generations now, is how do we deal with that? And is that Black communities are the only communities outside of the Latino, the Jewish, whatever, that doesn't punish people who were I don't know what the punishment looks like. You understand what I'm saying? Because to me, we already punish each other. We don't kill each other. You know what I'm saying? But I think what's going to really get us moving and growing again, bringing the racial wealth gap down, is a core group of people. Period. Like us sitting in this room. Not everybody is going to agree with what we do, but a core group of people can make a difference.
If I may kind of bring the Bible in this a little bit, it will answer your question. I think it just came to me. There was the Holy Spirit doing that because the Bible says you're talking about people that turn against you or people that may betray you. What does the Bible say? It says, shun the very appearance of evil. We don't shun them. We act like they didn't do it. But that's not how the Bible says handle it. Yeah. The Bible does talk about turning your back on it until they get it right. And then some promises come about, like, you said, I'll make your enemies have peace with you. I'll make them your footstool. But we have not ever done it. Have we ever done that? We've never shunned those hypocrites and those back, they smile in your face. I'm always trying to take your place. But we've never done that with them. So they're not accustomed to us doing it. But we've got it. Oh, the folks do it.
Yeah. We got. They kick them out. We got to look. Y'all remember the Green Book? Y'all remember the Green Book, right?
Green Book?
Travel safety plan. So
I'm looking at you shaking my head.
Cecil Reed was he was from that school because there was black folks used to come here. They couldn't stay in hotels.
Right.
They couldn't stay. They couldn't stay in no hotel. So Cecil Reed decided he bought his own hotel and he started housing people here in Cedar Rapids. The Cecil Reed was the last black representative from Cedar Rapids. We haven't had a black representative from Cedar Rapids since his day. Well, he moved to Kansas City, but his message was consistent. Support one another. Support one another. Support one another. Support our businesses. I told somebody to go to Serena's gas station. They said, "Well, she don't sell my kind of gas." What kind of gas is yours? What kind of gas is yours?
There's two of them, ain't it? Regular and premium.
You don't sell premium.
That's probably what it says.
Some people are honest. And some people, I broke down to people who have to buy premium can't go.
But they could come and get refreshment. It's possible.
Yeah, they can do some other things. Yeah. and it's the other services that you provide.
Well, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, I mean, ice is colder on the other side, right? So, same damn ice, excuse me, but so it's the same, and that's part of the problem why we have lost our wealth because we are not investing in our communities. We get a little bit of money and a little something, and we want to move out the community. We're not the mentors in the community anymore. We're not taking the dollars in the community. Now folks is going to church at home. They ain't even going to church. But, they used to go get their hair done in the community. Remember, if you moved outside the community, you go get your hair done and you go to church, right?
That will start happening again with this boy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's why I'm happy for the shakeup. You don't know. People don't understand why I feel the way I do about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to bring us back together all the way around. And it's a good thing. I'm going to tell you right now, because I want my neighbors to look like me. You understand what I'm saying? I want to see the kids play outside again. I want to see us help each other in the little ways that we possibly can. My brother needs a job. Please come over and paint my walls for me. You get what I'm saying? Just these little things make a difference in how we engage with another. And that's what we try to create here with Bob Rewards Club, And so with that being said, I don't know if anybody has anything else to do. I'm 15 minutes over. If anybody wants to say any last remarks on this very important conversation.
This just comes to my mind. We have to be like Nehemiah on the wall, working with something in our hand. With Nehemiah on the wall.
Yes, that they built the wall.
Because we are not just fighting against ourselves. Because all these things coming back to me with, like you said, we have been here before with the Tulsa,
right?
Wall Street.
Yeah.
So we, yes, we can do it.
Yeah.
But then there is this outside force that while we build and they come and they tear it down because of jealousy. So our plan, how are we going to, I know with God's help, but there has to be action.
Military.
Yeah.
And there is segments and pockets of the military. Like we had in the last show we did with MLK, Lion of Judah Armed Forces is a military group. Okay? And so there are people who is down, in fact, in Alabama right now, Montgomery. Okay? So there are groups of people that are thinking ahead. Yes. And if we ever get ourselves in that situation, what are we going to do?
Okay.
We do know that we have to bear arms at some point and we have to protect each other. You get what I'm saying? So, I think, like I said, we living in some funny times, but, it's time to wake up. And I think our younger generation is catching up again to know. I mean, like you're seeing more, like even with starting businesses, a lot of young people want to start. They're not falling for the game as much as we did. You know what I'm saying? And so, with that being said, does anybody think, Marcus, do you want to add anything else as we close out? And if anybody else has any last remarks, I am thankful for all of coming back with everybody because this was you added a lot of important stuff that we didn't talk about. You want to say anything else, Marcus, before we say goodnight?
I just want to thank everybody, not just for coming, but for having this conversation, allowing me and several of the others online to be a part of it. This was important, and I really appreciate all the work.
So basically, we gotta start educating our folks.
Yes.
We gotta start. We can't say that they're learning. We gotta start educating them and making sure they understand.
Where have we always started educating them?
Church.
In the church.
In church.
In the church, at
In
their
church.
homes,
Church.
in a little small cluster where there's trust already. And the space is safe and there's trust already built. Those are the communities that we have to mobilize this conversation, and we have to have a plan, and we have to also look at the big picture of how you talked. Maria mentioned something about snitches and everything else, but the bottom line is there has to be core leaders, like you mentioned, Michelle, that has to be in the background that does not ever show in those spaces as acknowledged leaders because it cannot be televised.
Right.
They have to be in the backseat mobilizing
Right.
whatever plan is being mobilized. Otherwise, there'll be targets
Mhm.
and there will be no plan in place. And so we have to look at how do we build that intimate infrastructure because those people behind those closed doors, they are all invested
Right.
and could more than likely lose everything. So therefore, nothing is going to be snitched behind those doors. And then we mobilize from those doors to these communities where there's intimacy, there's safety, and then we move forward to making a long-term impact with security, of course, militia,
Right.
etc.
Right.
But
Well, and another thing too I want to bring out here is that you always hear of Black leaders.
yes,
This movement that the new grassroots wants to have is leaderless. It's a code that we have to follow, okay, regardless, because they can always bring down a leader. You've seen it. And so, like, I get people all the time. In fact, one of my board members said to me the other day, and you were there, Marcus. Oh no, you left. He says, do I consider myself a leader? No, I don't. I do not. I consider myself a teacher, mentor, and everything else. But I don't want to be the leader of all these people because I don't want to be that messiah or somebody special. You get what I'm saying? And I think that the leader always takes that individualistic, non-collective role. Then that's when we get the Tiffany hitters. You know what I'm saying? Thinking about, themselves and the dollars, for them. And, it's all about me, me, me. So that leader thing does not work. And that's why we don't see other groups carrying that leader thing. And that's one thing that we do have to not allow the media and other people outside of our community to always have this leader. So that they can bring that leader down. Did you agree with that?
That's our homework, Bob. Get that closed door meeting with your leaderless leaders.
I have a request. I have a request.
Yes.
I know, okay, we're here in America, all right?
Yes.
We're not in Africa. But still, we have cousins over there. And what Abraham told us to do, remember him in your prayer. Because they tried to kill him 19 times. Why? Because he's trying to do for the people and not for himself. He's not even taking presidential pay. He's taking pay being a soldier because he wants the money to go back to the people. So what they do, they're trying to kill him.
Who is this?
Abraham Torres.
Where's he at?
He's in Burkina Faso.
Okay.
And he's also inviting, I know we, inviting the diaspora
to come over
back, home or to come to visit. So we have people outside of our home here in the United States who are working for the oppressed.
Right.
So that's my request to pray for him.
Yeah.
So they don't kill him like they
do the other leaders and so on.
And even here, every time we get a leader, they kill him.
They do. That's what I'm saying. We can't have these leaders.
It's
got to be leaderless.
Yes.
But
he
stick
had,
on cold.
He had to come out. He had to do what he's doing to fight against,
right,
the oppression and waste and crimes and all that.
Right.
We got a lot of things. We got work to do.
Well, thank you, everybody. We're gonna say goodbye. Everybody watching, and thanks to everybody. We drink.
Yeah, he wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, just wanted to say, Dimitri sent, they lost their phone connection, but really are glad to be part of this. So wanted to get that across for them.
Yes, thank you, Dimitri, for coming on. And everybody else, Alonda, yourself, Marcus. We've had a few people stop in. So I appreciate everybody for giving the feedback. One thing about a video lasts forever. This video is going to be edited It's going to be shared throughout shout outs that we send out. We have an audience of 70,000 that we email weekly. It would be, so we can always share this content with training. And that's one reason why we like to do the live streaming. So, okay. But have a good evening, everybody. We're going to say goodbye. Everybody wave goodbye. All right, well, that's it. Well, you guys, I'm going to invite you to all take a t-shirt or some of the stuff that we have left over for participating today. Take as much food as you like. And
you both to collaborate and pastor due to your extensive nonprofit. Oh, sure, Black. Excellent job. Thank you for being an amazing host.
Thank you. You've been an amazing host.
Thank you for the.
I love you.
The first okay.
So I think. You end it?
Yes.